Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. This video is based on Node.js full course. We will begin with full course video by understanding what exactly Node.js is. Next, we will go through the installation process of Node.js and make the computer ready for Node.js development. Next, we will have an in-depth understanding of Node.js architecture and some of its popular modules. Next, we will see how to interact with APIs using the Express framework based on Node.js. Then, we will see how to use Node.js in web applications and API services. Then, we will look into the web authentication using JSON Web Tokens. Then, we will look into using Node.js with database systems like MySQL and MongoDB. And at the end, we will look into Node.js interview questions and answers that summarize every important Node.js concept and serve as a perfect preparation resource for Node.js interviews. By the end of this video, I can assure you that you will have a proper understanding of Node.js concepts and you will also be able to use this framework in our web development applications. So let's start with an exciting video on Node.js. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon and never miss an update from Simplilearn.
Welcome to this video by Simplilearn. In today's session, we're going to learn all about Node.js. So without further ado, let's begin and look at what's in store for us. First up, we'll understand what exactly Node.js is. Then we'll understand the necessity of Node.js. Then we'll learn about some of the parts of Node.js, Node.js Express framework, Node.js use cases, and finally, we'll look at some of the industry trends. So what exactly is Node.js? Now consider a scenario where a user interacts with a web application. The user only interacts with the front end of the application. But there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes. Now in a web application, there's a front end, a server, and a database. The front end is developed using JavaScript and frameworks like Angular and React, while the server is built on Java, PHP, or Node.js, and the backend database that stores the data usually consists of MySQL or MongoDB. So Node.js is an open source, cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment for running server-side applications. It is used to develop I/O-intensive web applications like video streaming sites, single-page applications, online chatting applications, and other web applications. It is used by large, established companies and newly minted startups. Node.js was developed by Ryan Dahl in 2009, and at the same time of this session, its latest version is v13.3.0. Now that we know what Node.js is, let's go ahead and look at why it was so prevalent in the field of web development. Here are a few points. First up, Node.js is extremely fast. Being built on Google Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine, its library is extremely fast in code execution. Node Package Manager has around 50,000 bundles for developers. So whatever functionality is required for an application can be easily imported from NPM. All APIs of Node.js library are asynchronous, that is non-blocking. It means a Node.js-based server never waits for an API to return data. Node.js dramatically reduces the processing time while uploading video and audio files. It is also an open source platform and is easy for beginners for web development. The above reasons more than justify the popularity of Node.js platform and why it is being adopted by a large number of organizations and businesses today. So now moving on, let's familiarize ourselves with the parts of Node.js. Node.js consists of several components. Now let's look at them one by one. First up, we have modules. Now modules are like JavaScript libraries which are used in a Node.js application to include a set of functions. Now we can use required function with a parenthesis to include a module in a Node.js application. Node.js application has many modules to provide basic functionality needed for a web application. Some of them could be HTTP, util, fs, URL, query string, stream, and zlib. Next up, we have console. The console module provides a simple debugging console that is similar to the JavaScript console mechanism provided by web browsers. Now the console can print messages to stdout that print standard output messages and stderr to print the error messages. The next component is cluster. Now Node.js is built upon the concept of single threading programming. A single instance of Node.js runs in a single thread. To take advantage of multi-core systems, the user will sometimes want to launch a cluster of Node.js processes to handle the load. A cluster can be added to an application in this way. Here's a small code for you. The next component is global. Now global objects in Node.js are available in all modules. Now these objects are functions, modules, strings, etc. Some Node.js global objects are mentioned in the table. You have dir name, that is a directory name, file name, exports, module, and require. The next component is error handling. Now, Node.js applications experience 4 types of errors. We have the standard JavaScript errors, system errors, user-specific errors, and assertion errors. Now, errors in Node.js are handled through exceptions. Now, for example, let's handle an error that would occur when we divide a number by 0. Now, this error would crash the Node.js application, and so we should handle this error. Here's a small code for you. Next up, we have streaming. A stream is an abstract interface for working with streaming data in Node.js. Streams are objects that let you read data or write data continuously. There are 4 types of streams. First one is the readable. These are the types of streams from which data can be read. Writable, these are the types of streams to which data can be written. Duplex, these are both readable and writable streams. Lastly, we have transform. These streams can manipulate the data while it is being read or written. Moving on to the next component, buffer. The JavaScript language has no mechanism for reading or manipulating streams of binary data. Buffer is a module that allows handling streams that contain only binary data. An empty buffer of length 10 can be created by this method. Next up, we have domain. Domains provide a way to handle different I/O operations as a single group. Domain module intercepts errors that remain unhandled. There are 2 types of methods that are used for intercepting these errors. Firstly, we have internal binding. In this case, the error emitter executes its code inside the error method. Next up is the external binding. Now here, the error emitter is explicitly added to a domain via its add method. The next component is the DNS. The DNS module enables name resolution. For example, it is used to look up the IP addresses of host names. DNS module is used to connect to a DNS server and perform name resolution by using the method dns.resolve. The DNS module is also used for performing name resolution without a network communication by using the method dns.lookup. The next component is the debugger. Node.js includes an out-of-process debugging utility accessible via a V8 inspector and built-in debugging client. This Node.js debugger is not feature-packed but supports simple inspection of code. It can be used in the terminal by using the inspect keyword before the name of the JavaScript file. In order to inspect a file, say MySQL.js, you can use the following method. Now that we are familiar with all the major parts of Node.js, let's go ahead and learn about the Node.js Express framework. Express is a flexible Node.js web application framework that provides a wide set of features to develop both web and mobile applications. You can assume Express as a layer built on top of the Node.js that helps manage the server and the routes. Now let's have a quick look at some of the core features of Express framework. It is used to design single-page, multi-page, and hybrid web applications. It allows the setting up of middleware to respond to HTTP requests. It defines a routing table that is used to perform different actions based on the HTTP method and URL. It also allows dynamic rendering of HTML pages based on passing arguments to templates. Now moving on, let's take a quick example of a simple Hello World program. Now this is developed using Express framework to gain a better understanding. Alright, first up we have the where express. Now this is used to import Express framework into our Node.js application. Now the app.get method is a callback function with parameters request and response. The request object represents the HTTP request and has properties for the request query string, parameters, body, HTTP headers, etc. The response object represents the HTTP response that an Express app sends when it gets an HTTP request. Now the application will listen to the defined port, which in this case is 8081, and variables host and port will contain the address and the port respectively. Lastly, we have the console.log, which is used to show the address and port in the command prompt. So this is what the command prompt would look like. And finally, the output is displayed on the web browser. Having learned about the Express framework, now let's move on and look at the Node.js use cases. Now it is no doubt that Node stands out for its speed and intensive data exchange. So top industry leaders like NASA, PayPal, Netflix among others incorporate Node.js. First up, we have Netflix. The world's leading internet television network with over 117 million users is one of the top companies that trusted their services to Node.js. The reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were application scalability and data-intensive application. Now you must be wondering what application scalability is. It is basically the potential of an application to grow in time, being able to efficiently handle more and more requests per minute. And data-intensive application allows millions of people to stream Netflix simultaneously. Next up is Walmart. Now Walmart is the world's largest company by revenue with around $514 billion according to the Fortune Global 500 list in 2019. Again, the reasons why the company chose Node.js were asynchronous I/O and efficient handling of concurrent requests. Now, asynchronous I/O, which is a form of input-output processing, allows other processing to continue before the transmission has finished. Node.js is able to efficiently handle concurrent requests with the use of thread pool and event queues. Uber. Uber is an American multinational ride-hailing company offering services that include peer-to-peer ride-sharing, ride service hailing, and food delivery. The reasons why the company chose Node.js were asynchronous I/O, quick iterations, and active open source community. As mentioned earlier, asynchronous I/O permits other processing to continue before the transmission has finished. Now, quick iterations. Now, Node.js is continually being updated and added new features that help in further improvement in the performance of web servers. And finally, active open source community resolves many problems that an organization may face in a particular scenario. Next up, we have NASA. Now, NASA is an independent agency of the United States federal government responsible for the civilian space program as well as aeronautics and aerospace research. The reasons why the company chose Node.js were reduced access times, handling of data-intensive tasks, and the fact that the servers are active 24/7. Now, NASA has lots and lots of data, and using Node.js has really helped them in reducing the access times. It is also continuously handling and working with large streams of data. Node.js is highly stable, which helps in keeping the server active 24/7. Next up, we have PayPal. Now, PayPal is an American company operating a worldwide online payment system that supports online money transfers as opposed to traditional methods like checks and money orders. The reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were the fact that Node.js has extremely fast build times. It allows tasks to be carried out with fewer lines of code when compared to other server technologies like Java and PHP. And Node.js, being data intensive, efficiently handles a large amount of data. Next up is Medium. Medium is a popular online publishing platform developed by Evan Williams and launched in August 2012. The main reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were A. Data-driven applications. Now, these applications are ideal for being interfaced with Node.js servers. B. To run A/B tests. Now, A/B testing is essentially an experiment where two or more variants of a page are shown to users at random, and statistical analysis is used to determine which variation performs better. Lastly, Node.js server maintenance is simpler than its counterparts. Moving on to the last topic of this session, industry trends. Now, Node.js developers are in demand across the globe since many companies are adopting JavaScript libraries. According to Forbes, it is one of the top 10 most in-demand jobs. According to NodeSource, the total number of Node.js downloads increased by 40% in the last 1 year. The use of Node.js in production has increased dramatically since its release in 2010. With early adopters such as LinkedIn, PayPal, and Netflix, among others, Node.js has seen an exponential increase in its use in web development. The popularity of Node.js is also accounted to JavaScript. Now, since JavaScript is the most popular language, as evident from a survey conducted by Stack Overflow in 2019, many developers can start working on Node.js library with not much of a learning curve. Node.js developers are being offered better salary options than other web technology developers. According to PayScale, the average salary of a Node.js developer in India is around 6,13,000 rupees per year. The average salary of a Node.js developer across the United States is around $105,000 per year. In this video, we'll help you install Node.js on your Windows system. So without further ado, let's begin. The first thing you need to do is download Node.js from their official website. So go ahead and type download Node.js. Navigate to their official website, and here you can see the 64-bit version. So go ahead and download that. Once the download is done, go ahead and run the downloaded Node.js installer. Accept the license agreement. Keep the default settings as it is. And then say install. So with that, we finished the installation process. Once Node has been successfully installed, the next crucial step is verification. Now, this process ensures that Node has been properly installed. To do so, we first open the command prompt and then type in a few commands. To verify the successful installation, we type in this command, node-v. Now, this command returns the version, and if it returns the version, it means it has been successfully installed. So here we go, it returns the latest version. Now the final step is to update the Node package manager. Now this NPM is bundled with Node.js, which consists of all the repositories and packages required for development purposes. So to do that, type in the command npm install npm -- global. Now that we're done with the installation of Node, let's go ahead and implement a small program. For that, we make use of a text editor. In our case, we've installed VS Code. So go ahead and download VS Code. Once you're done with the installation, this is what VS Code looks like. So go ahead and click on File and create a new file. It's going to be a simple program where you're going to print a hello world message on the web browser. To do that, we make use of HTTP modules. So Node comes with built-in HTTP modules to transfer data across it. So for that, we make use of a require method. We create a variable first, say var HTTP equals require, and just say HTTP within single quotes. Now the HTTP module can create an HTTP server that listens to the server ports and gives a response back to the client. To do that, we make use of the create server method. So let's go ahead and type the code. Say http.create server, and internally it consists of a function. Now the parameters to this function are request and response. Now the response is basically used to write to the client. So we say response.write, and here we type in the message. We say hello world, welcome to this tutorial. Once you're done with that, you end the response. So the server listens to a port number to display the message. By default, it listens to the port number 8080. So we keep that as it is and we end it. Save your file, say demo.js, maybe demo1.js, and say save. Now to run the program, you have to open the command prompt. So open your command prompt and mention the path to your file. So in our case, it's our say it on the desktop. So cd desktop. And now to run it, say node demo1.js. Now you navigate to your browser and say localhost 8080, and here we go. Our message is successfully displayed.
So let's talk about the Node.js architecture and understand why it's so good. So to begin with, Node.js has what's called a single-threaded event loop architecture, and this allows you to be able to handle many concurrent clients at the same time. It's just a very flexible way of being able to scale up your support for many clients. And then in addition to that, we have the JavaScript event-based model along with the JavaScript callback mechanism that allows you to have this standard approach to being able to connect with and talk and discuss interactions between the client and the server. It's good to have these kind of standards where you're not using something that's unique to a specific framework or a specific technology. This just makes it so it's more accessible for everybody. So if we look at the actual Node.js server itself, everything centers around the concept of the event loop. And the event loop has an event queue, an operation completed via requests, threaded pull, and then it'll actually do the actual computation or the file system interaction. All of this interconnects in a nice seamless loop. The great thing again with Node.js is that it's not new technology. It's been around for almost a decade. It's very well tried out. Many of the largest websites out there are running Node.js. So let's now dig into each of the parts of the Node.js architecture. So let's talk about requests. So the way that the request works is that you have your framework such as Angular on the client, and that will then send a request to the web server. And there's many ways that those requests can happen through web workers, through forms, and through other interactions. But at some point, a request is sent to the server. And so these requests can be for data, they can be for deleting data, they can be for updating data, they can be for interacting with services as mentioned before, but the goal is to have some kind of request. Now, once that request actually hits the server, and then we start actually getting into the queuing and threading process that centers around the event loop. And this is where Node.js really excels, because it's able to use that single-threaded model to be able to manage from just even a few requests to tens of millions of requests. So it receives the actual request and starts the event queue. And this is where that single threading process starts, is by queuing everything up appropriately. And then it then maintains the threads within a pool. So you have the queuing process as one action, and then you have a threaded pool which manages those threads as well. And then we have an event loop, which goes through and actually receives and processes those requests. And then finally, what we're doing is we're actually then going to be interacting with a system, and that could be a database, it could be a cloud system, it could be an API, file system, but we're interacting with something that's outside of the Node.js server. So the Node.js server itself is doing some actions on the server, but then it's also interact with things outside of its own server environment. And so let's talk a little bit about that workflow. So requests come in, they go into the event queue, and they get spiraled through the event loop. And then we have non-blocking operators, which are going to be doing the input-output polling, such as KQ, ePoll, and other services. And from there, we're also going to be then interacting with the threaded pool, and we're using the blocking operations to manage that threaded pool. And that threaded pool is going to now then go outside of the server and interact with something beyond the server. So whether that is a database or file system or API or microservice, these are the things that can be interacted with. So let's go through what NPM is. So NPM itself stands for the Node Package Manager. No great shakes there. As the name says, it's responsible for all the packages and modules that are bundled within Node.js. So the Node Package Manager itself really has two key functionalities. The first is that it is a central repository for all packages and modules, which you can then search through online. You can go to search.nodejs.org and you can find all of the packages and modules that are out there. The second is that it's also a command line or terminal line utility that allows you to install those packages, so you can actually go through and you can see the version management and dependencies within those packages, and you can control the packages themselves. So why would you use NPM? So NPM is really useful for being able to extend the project you're working on. So when you're building out a project, one of the concepts I like to use is the concept of Lego bricks. Big fan of Lego. And what's great about Lego bricks is that they're all individually by themselves, very small, very specific functionality. But if you actually get a whole collection of Lego bricks together, you can build like crazy cool things. So think of when you're working with the Node Package Manager itself, is that each of those individual pieces that you're working with, each of those individual packages are their own Lego bricks, and by themselves you can then edit and update and maintain that piece separately from the whole environment. As long as your inputs and outputs, really the piece where you snap the Lego in or when you connect the Lego to something else, are interacted and open and well documented, then you can actually then use those modules effectively throughout your project. So you can actually then be able to do that. You can do version control on your codes and dependencies. You can do testing very easily. And then once you actually get to the point where you go, yes, I want to release a new module, you can do that effectively using NPM, and it will actually go through and do the actual deployment for you. So let's go through the NPM installation. So the actual package manager itself is included with the installation of Node.js. So if you've installed and you're running Node.js locally, then you've already installed the package manager. But you can also access it through command line or terminal window on your data server or in your server farm or via the cloud. If you haven't now downloaded Node.js, here's the website where you can go down to install it, and there's Windows and Mac versions of that code as well with the installers, which allow you to get up and going very quickly. You want to be able to run the installer and accept all the default settings. To begin with, you want to kind of have the standard setup so that you are most familiar with the normal settings before you start getting to the point where you're a master and you're tweaking things. There is a way that you can open up the command window or the terminal window. And once you've actually installed Node.js, to verify that it's actually installed, you can write the command node-version, and it'll actually then pull out the version of Node.js that you have installed, and then you'll be able to see that you've got it actually up and running. And then you can also do the same thing for NPM. You can do NPM --version, and it actually will then show you which version of the Node package manager you have running, so you can actually take full advantage of that program and verify that it's actually up and running. Now, so we're actually going to go ahead and actually run a demo of using NPM. And to do that, I've got 3 windows in front of me right now. So I have this window here, which is my terminal window, where I'll be doing all of my instructions. Then I also have a folder which shows where I'll be putting all of the files. And then finally, I'll actually have a text editor. In this case, I'm using VS Code because it's free, but you can use any text editor you like to be able to go in and show what the code that's been created by NPM in the JSON file, so you can actually see what it looks like. And then we'll modify it a little bit. So first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and create a new project folder. So I'm going to go in, I'm just going to move into, I'm going to do change directory, and go into the project folder, and we'll see down here that we have an empty project folder, but for this one I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to create a new directory in this one, and I'm going to call this one Simplilearn. And there we are, we've created a new Simplilearn folder, and we are going to move into the Simplilearn folder. And so we're now in the Simplilearn folder. There's nothing in there right now. So the first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and initialize this folder as a project folder for working with NPM. Now to do this, you will have to have already installed NPM. If you have Node.js, NPM comes with it. And if you want to see whether or not you have NPM installed, so you can just do NPM -version. And that will actually tell you what the version of NPM you have installed is. And it also verifies that NPM is installed. So I've gone ahead and I've been able to validate that I have NPM installed. So what I'm now going to go ahead and do is I'm going to initialize this folder. So to do that, just do NPM init. And you'll see that the path is that we're already in the Simplilearn folder. And then when you do that, it's going to ask you some questions. So what is the package name? We're going to go with the defaults for right now, and then I can show you how we can edit those in a little bit. We're going to go with just say yes to all of these just by hitting return. And you'll see here that we're going to create a new folder called a package.json folder. This is the instructions that we have in the folder. Do we want to go ahead and create this? We want to. And it's going to go ahead and do that. And we can see now in our folder here that we actually have package.json. So we go ahead and open this up with VS Code. Here we are. We can actually see what all of the information is. We can go ahead and we can actually go and update this metadata if we want to. I'm going to leave it as is for right now because I want to show you a couple of other things. So a lot of times when you're actually working with NPM, and the reason why you're using NPM is that you want to take advantage of packages that are freely available in the open source community that are supported by Node.js. And one of those is a package called Express. And Express is a lightweight framework for building out web applications, similar in concept to Angular or React.js. I like using it, and it's also a great way to be able to show how we can install this using NPM. So to install this, you just start with the command NPM and then you type install. And then we type the name of the package. And we hit enter. And it goes ahead. And what you'll actually see is a couple of things. One is we have a dependency in our package path. We also have, so this is in our JSON package, that is now a dependency that's written in there. We can also go in and under our node modules, we actually see that we have, we scroll down, we should see Express. There it is, Express. Now, if we decide that we don't want to use Express, we can actually just come in and we can write command npm uninstall. I can type Express. Oops, I did a typo there, so let's try that again. npm uninstall Express. And a couple of things can happen. One is in our JSON file, the dependency for the Express file has now been removed. And we can also see that under our node modules, there are no extensions there. So this is kind of cool. This allows us to be able to see that we can easily add and remove packages. So let's just go ahead and I'm going to install Express again. So install Express. Oops. npm install Express. All right, so it's gone ahead and it's installed Express. Now, one of the things that will often happen is that when you're working with a package, the actual JSON package, so you'll receive this file, and you want to be able to go ahead and install all of the sub-modules that come with it. So you can go through and you can manually install them like this, or you can actually run an install command so you can actually install all of them at once. I can just show you what that looks like, because we're going to actually go ahead and simulate as if we're going to install Bootstrap, which is another popular framework. Bootstrap. And we're actually going to go with, and then we'll save that. And what we'll see is under the packages that Bootstrap isn't listed in there. We do have Express. There it is right there. So if we now come over to our new commands, we can actually write the command npm install. And now slight typo, let's try that again. Let's do npm install. Okay, it does help to save your file. So let's go ahead and let's run npm install. And when you do that, what we'll now actually have is not just Express, but we'll also see that Bootstrap has also been added. Now, I don't recommend that you use the star symbol, which will install the latest version of Bootstrap, because you obviously haven't tested your application against that, but it gives you an idea of what's happened here. Now, if we want to, we can actually go in here and we can say install Bootstrap, and it will actually remove that from your JSON package. So there we are. That's how you work with using NPM, from getting started with a setup for a base initialization of your package, going through to creating the first package, being able to set up and control the naming convention for each of the items within the metadata that provides the instruction for the package, how you can then put in dependencies such as Express and Bootstrap, how you can install them and remove them, and actually do all of this through command line. If you have any questions, please let us know. So let's kind of jump into the Express.js framework. So Express.js is a really flexible Node.js and web application framework. It is just something you can spin up very quickly and build both web and mobile applications. Just a really great tool. I use it all the time for building up my own applications. The thing that's so great about it is it's really simple, and so it's not going to be have all the functionality that you'd have in maybe a larger scale HTTP service. But with that said, it does come with a lot of functionality that allows you to not only create websites, but you can also do APIs and other routing calls. Very, very nice. So let's go through some of the features that Express.js have. So as I mentioned before, it allows you to build simple web applications, and that can be either a single page application or a multi-page application. It also allows you to do middleware requests and responses. So for instance, if you want to do an API and have that be part of your middleware, you can actually set that up real quickly. In fact, in the demo that we'll do later on, we'll actually be building out 4 different API calls that you'll be able to do, and you'll be able to see how you can use Express.js for that. And that in then turns allows you to be able to see how Express.js can help manage some of the routing of the different HTTP methods that you'd be using via URL. And then finally, it's just a great way of being able to dynamically test the work that you are developing. So you can actually build out a solution and test it right away in Express.js, have it in a single packet, and then once you get to a certain point, you can then check in the whole packet, even have it as part of your container, and then check that into your main project. And then if somebody else wants to then take on the work, they can then just pull that in. So let's kind of go step through a basic example. So here we actually have a full script for creating a simple hello world. And this includes installing Express.js, defining the ports it's going to run on, as well as a basic piece of code. So the first thing you want to do is actually go ahead and define how you want to install Express.js. And this is called the very first variable, which is requiring that Express be installed as part of Node Package Manager. NPM will then pull in the latest version of Express. If you need to define a specific version, of course, you can do that. In this example, we're just going to pull the latest one. And then we'll go ahead with the second line, which will then install Express. And when you do it once, you'll see how quickly it installs onto your local development machine. The next parameters are actually a callback function. So if something actually happens when you go to the website where we're going to run our web application, you want something to pop up. And in this instance, we'll say hello world will pop up. The third block is all about where you would actually go ahead and host your code. So in this one, you'll see that the server is going to listen to port 8081. So that's what that function actually there defines. And then you can either put in a specific host address. In the demo, you'll actually see how we define that for localhost, but you can actually then point this to a production host environment if you want. And then the final line here is a command that will actually send a script to your terminal window telling you that which port and which host that you are listening to. So let's see what that would look like. So here we have our terminal window, and we're actually able to then run the hello world.js script that we just wrote. And then once we do that, it'll actually then post that we have an example app listening at, and here we don't have a web domain address, but we do have the port 8081. And in our browser window, it says hello world. So that's a quick breakdown of Express.js. Now let's jump over and do a demo. So the first thing we want to do to get Express up and running on our system is we have to have Node.js installed. So we're just going to do a Google search to let you know where you can find Node.js. It's actually at nodejs.org. So we select that link, that will take us to nodejs.org. And there are two types of downloads. One is the current download, which has the latest features. And then there's a more stable version that if you're new to Node.js, that I'd recommend you to download. Next, we want to find a text editor, and we're going to go with Visual Studio Code, or VS Code as it's known. It's an open source solution from Microsoft that runs across all the leading platforms. This will default to our Windows platform, but you can run it on Mac OS and Linux as well. I really like it. It's a great code editor. It comes with a lot of extensions, and it's open source. Next thing you want to do is, because we're going to be developing APIs, we want a way to be able to visualize those APIs quickly, and a great tool is a product called Postman. Again, open source, and so you can go out and go to postman.com. Top right hand corner, you'll see a bright orange download button where you can actually go ahead and download and install Postman, and that will allow you to be able to access all of your APIs that we're going to be creating in Express. You can actually use other tools such as Apigee as well for visualizing your APIs, but this one's just great to get you started. So let's go ahead and open up VS Code, and we want to go ahead and open a new folder where we're going to have our project. We're going to, just for our demonstration here, we're going to put this on the desktop. You wouldn't normally do this, but it will work fine here. And we're going to create a folder, and we're going to title the folder Node Express, and we'll select that folder. And that now becomes the root folder for our project in Visual Studio. We don't really need the welcome screen anymore, so we're going to get rid of that. And one of the things that is great about working with VS Code is that you can actually have the terminal window up and running as well. So let's go ahead and open that so it's running at the bottom of our screen, and this gives us a little bit of space. And the first thing we want to do is actually convert the folder we're in actually into a project running Node.js. So we're going to use npm init, and that will actually initialize the project. We have another video that explains how to use npm or Node Package Manager, and you can go ahead and find that in our library here. But as we go ahead and we do that, you'll actually see that it will create the default package JSON file, which has the name of the folder is the default name of the package. But you can actually go in and edit any of these documents. We want to create a default file called index.js. This is where we're going to write most of our scripts that allow us to work with Node.js. And the first is writing a script that allows us to install Express, and we'll use the Node Package Manager to actually pull and install Express. You can default to specific versions of Express if you want. We're just going to go with the latest one, so we're just going to put in Express, and then we'll go down into terminal window and select npm install --save Express, and this will install Express so we can actually test out the code we're working on. And this will take just a moment to install. Great thing we're working with Node Package Manager is that once we've finished with our package here, we can actually wrap it all up and send it over to any other developer that we're working with, and then you can actually run the package and actually have exactly the same code installed. And there we are. We have everything installed and ready to go. We can see we actually have all of the modules installed. You see that we actually have Express installed as well. And we also want to then make this an app. And then we'll do app listen to port 3000. So this is by default, we're going to be running from our local host, which is HTTP server running on this test machine, and we're going to have Express for this project run on port 3000. And once we actually run the script, we'll actually post into the console window a piece of text saying server started on port 3000. So we're going to go ahead and save this file. A lot of Control S to save these files. So let's go into localhost in our web browser. So localhost localhost 3000, and you'll see nothing has been reached. That's because we actually haven't done anything to initialize the script. So we want to come in and we're going to go node index.js and hit return. And as you can see, now we have a message in our console window. That means that, yep, there we go. We actually have everything up and running. So we can actually see that the service is running. Not a very pleasant message, so let's go ahead and change that. So let's change that to app get and acquire res. And so if it uses the get message, let's change what we'll print, and we'll type hello there, exclamation mark. And we save that and we refresh the screen. Oh, nothing happened again because we didn't run the script. So let's go back in and we'll run the script node index.js. And now what you'll see is if we refresh, there we are. We have our new hello there message. All right, well, let's actually start building some APIs in this environment. So to be able to build the APIs, we want to be able to pull content. So we're going to actually create a new file called users.js, and we're going to go ahead and create a users JSON packet. And a JSON packet is essentially an array. Consider it like a small database, and in this array we're going to have 4 objects. Each object is going to have 3 pieces of metadata. We're going to have an ID, name, and email, and there'll be ID 1, 2, and 3, and then you'll see that the names will be John, Smith, and we'll make up a couple of others, just kind of giving them arbitrary email addresses. This is just for our demo here. Let me grab this, copy it, and kind of speed up the script writing time. There we go. And let's just change what we need. One of the things that's nice with working with Visual Studio Code, VS Code, is there's lots of plugins, and so one of the default features is that if you select a variable, it'll actually look for the same variable in the script. So you can, if you need to, you can actually change them all at once. But we don't need to worry about that right now. We're just creating a JSON packet. So we have 4 items, ID 1, 2, 3, and 4 for John Smith and Jack and Chris. All right, so that's our array string, and we're going to then make sure that we can export that as users. So we can actually now, whenever we select the term users in our scripts, it'll actually pull in this packet. All right, looking good. Now let's go over to our main index.js file, and we're actually going to go ahead and we want to store where the API is going to be. So we're going to create a folder called routes, and then a subfolder called API, and then we'll call a file in there called users.js. So as we're updating our scripts, we know where to pull the data from. It's just a standard way of being able to pull out the values. So in here we're going to say, in this instance, express is required for our scripts. And we're going to also say that router within express, router correct naming convention, and the script is case sensitive. We'll also want to create a value later on that will have a unique ID. So we're actually going to pull in a UUID package that will actually then allow us to install unique identifiers. So we can use Node Package Manager to install UUID. Again, this is a great example of how you can go from nothing to something very quickly with Node.js, because we installed Express, we installed UUID, and we're off to the races. So let's have users require the path for where our API is going to be located. All right, so let's do a basic get, which will be to pull the records. I'm going to have it pull all the records. So router.get, and we're going to require it to pull all of the records in the JSON packet that we created. So there should be 4 items that come back. Save that. Looks good. Make sure that users is consistent. There's our JSON packet. And yep, everything looking pretty good. All right, let's go back to index. And we're going to switch out this function here from just a generic get with a generic statement to actually being able to pull in the users. So we have to go app use express.json app.use URL encoded extended false app.use API users, so we're going to be pulling them all from the same location. Require, and where we have our API scripts. Okay. And then let's go ahead and open up Postman, because we're going to actually use Postman to actually show us what the results look like, because right now the results won't show up appropriately in our browser window. So Postman again is just a API management tool. If you used Apigee or other similar tools that are on the market, MuleSoft, you'll see it's very consistent. Again, this is open source, and what you want to be able to do is you can actually go to the path where the API is stored, and then you can use all the different types of commands within your environment to be able to test out the scripts. So let's go ahead and create a new project, a new request, and we're going to go with the default get, but there's actually quite a lot of different commands we can use, and these are just HTTP commands. And we're going to type in the request, and in this instance it's going to be, let's run our script first. Do we need to run our script? I think we're good. Let's make sure we're exporting the data correctly. Okay, so we want to run our script, so let's do node index.js, and that will run the changes that we just created. So we can now come over to get, we can select API, localhost :3000 /API users. And when we do, that brings back the JSON package with our 4 entry points. There we go, there's all 4 of them. So that's your first action. Now let's kind of get this a little bit tinier. Let's actually go in and see if we can filter by ID. So we're going to go in and we're going to modify our script. So it's going to be route, and then we're going to put in the filter, and in this instance it's going to be ID, which would allow us to be able to just put a backslash against the end of the URL string we just had and put in a number or a unique identifier, and then that will actually then allow us to pull in that unique record. Pass the data. Okay, so found. I want to take the JSON and print it. So we're going to filter here against user ID and then publish the results. Else, if it doesn't work, then we'll just have a generic error message. We shouldn't see this though in the demos we're creating. This is just good practice. So save that. And let's go ahead and rerun our node index file against that folder. And now we can actually come in here and we do \1, and that will give us just one record. And we could change that to 2 or 100 in this instance. And if it's 100, we'll just get a bad request error message. There's 2. All right. So that's get. So we've been able to pull all of the records. We've been able to filter against one specific record against a specific parameter. In this instance, it was ID. So let's go ahead and create a new user. And so what we're going to do for this is we're going to use the post command from HTTP to actually push and post data into the data source. The data source is our JSON packet, which means that we'll have to then push a new record into the JSON package using our array statements, because JSON is just essentially an array. And so we're going to post, and when we do this, we have to create a unique ID. So this is where we have to reference the UID. I'm going to do a v4 unique ID, which will be 4 groups of 4, so it'll be 16 characters. And then we'll have name and email we'll post. Okay, looks good. Okay, so if new user, and put .name and new user .email, and then we want to return the results. Okay. Right. And so users dot push. So we posted, which is a HTTP statement, and then pushing into the JSON packet array. Okay. Okay, that's looking good. All right, so I think we're good. Let's go ahead and rerun our script, node index.js. Now allows us to do that. So let's go over to Postman so we can actually connect to the URL. And we're going to change the HTTP statement to post, and get rid of that. We'll go back to users. Now, if we just do this, nothing's going to happen. So we actually have to go in and we have to update the body. This will be the content that will be passed through, and we're going to go through with a raw statement here. And we're going to do JSON. This will be, that's the packet we're sending. So let's go ahead, and the records we want to update, we only have to update 2, which is one is name and the second is email. We don't have to do an ID because we're using UUID to generate an automatic one for us. And we're going to create records for Steph, and her email address is steph@gmail.com. Yep, looking good. Okay, so let's go ahead and send that. We sent it. And if we look at the bottom, we can actually now see that we have 5 records. So a new one's been added. We have our unique ID at the top. And then we have name and email, which are the ones that we just created for Steph and steph@gmail.com. All right, so that's posting. Now the next thing we want to do is to update a record. So that means we need to select an ID and then be able to update the content. And for that, we're going to use the HTTP put command. So we'll use ID as our way to be able to filter. And then we'll be able to update against that filter. So construct found equals users, and then we'll have that going against users ID, so we know how to get the correct record, and then pass the record back onto the screen so we know what we're editing. So if found I want to update the user, and I'm going to go ahead and pull information from the body for what will be updated. And for each user ID, and pass the integer. Okay. So this is our values to pass against the ID. And in this instance, we'll make sure that we're updating the values of username. So if we are updating user and we're just updating the username, we want to make sure that that's the value that gets updated. And then we also want to do user email. We don't want to update the ID because it's going to remain unique and consistent. Okay, and we're going to make sure that everything is pushed to the JSON package. And then we'll also have a message saying that the field has been updated in the JSON package. Okay. All right, so we'll run that script again. And looks good. So let's go to our folder. Let's change the HTTP post. Let's put it as get, just so we can see that we have all of the values in the array from the JSON packet. And now we want to select put, which allows us to update just one record. So let's go ahead and select one record. We'll select ID1. So we have one record. We can go ahead and for name, we can change this. So let's go ahead and change these. So now you see that the email has changed. So we have Steph as the new account. All right, our final API that we're going to create is to delete an account. And in many ways, it's actually a very basic API, because all we're doing is we're grabbing the ID and then we're saying that all the associated records with that ID within that row, as it were, in the table, just to delete the whole row. And so we want to use, again, our ID as the unique value that we're pulling against. So we're going to, if users are found, and we're going to filter those users. I'm going to do that filter against user ID. And pass that. And we'll then go and post a message to our JSON packet saying user deleted. Generic message if things fail. Okay, let's save that, and we'll see. We're going ahead and we're just deleting the record now, and we're going to do it by filtering against the unique ID, and then it will then just eliminate that record. And we'll pass the message that it has been, the account has been deleted. Okay, so we save that. Let's go run our script. Node index.js. We're good. Okay, let's come over here and we're going to show that we can pull any of the accounts. So let's just take one of them. One, I think that's good. So let's go ahead and we're going to change the HTTP command to delete. And we actually have to select an account. So we just do one. When we do that, it'll actually delete that record. And here we are. It says that the user has been deleted, and we now only have 3 records in the JSON packet. And we can pull all the records, and you'll see that there's only 3. So being able to pull all the records from a JSON package, we've been able to create a record, update a record, and delete a record. And we can just step through. So here's our JSON package that we created originally. Again, this is just an array. It's just a different way of setting up the array. And then we have our index files, which identifies what are the apps that need to be installed and where are the APIs going to be serviced out of. And that we're going to be doing this on the port 3000. Again, these are additional tools that we need to make sure that we have up and running in our script. And so the first script was to get all the records. The second was to filter against a user ID for just a specific record. And then for creating a record, we actually went in and we used the UID tool to create a unique identifier, and then we posted in the data for the new records. We did something similar with updating the record. We didn't have to update the user ID. We just had to update the values in the 2 fields that we needed to be updated. In this case, name and email. And the final step was to go ahead and delete a record. So these are all APIs that you can now pull into your own applications. So you can use them in web applications, or you can actually go ahead and use them in other applications, such as mobile applications, local applications, other scripts. And this really allows your application to become more scalable and more useful. Hello, we're going to go through and do our demo of building a RESTful API with Node.js. So the first thing we want to do is go ahead and install all the correct pieces of software. We're going to start with Node.js. So let's do a Google search on Node.js, and you'll find that Node.js is at nodejs.org. So we select that link. And that's going to take us to the Node.js website. There are two versions of Node.js you can download. There's the stable version, and then there's the latest version. I'd go with the stable version. You'll find it available in Windows, Mac OS, and Linux as well. And if we go to the next piece of software, we want to go ahead and install the text editor of your choice. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code, VS Code. It's an open source solution. It works on all leading platforms. Works really well. I like it a lot. Microsoft did a good job with this. I also really like it that it's open source. But there's lots of extensions you can get for VS Code. So it's a great text editor. And we'll also need Postman. Postman is a tool that allows us to be able to view the APIs that we're going to create. So let's go ahead to postman.com. And again, it's another solution you can download for free. And so we're going to go ahead and select the download button. And it will automatically detect which OS you're on. So in this case, it's going to be Windows, but you can also get Mac and Linux as well. So we'll go ahead and download those. And once we have everything installed, what we're going to do is we're going to create a project in VS Code. And that's actually really easy to do. All you have to do is create a folder. And we're going to do this right off our desktop. And we're going to call the folder Node REST API. And we're going to select that folder. And you'll see on the left-hand column that we have the new folder that we created. We still have the VS Code welcome screen. We're going to get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. So let's go ahead. And one of the things I like with VS Code is you can actually toggle the terminal window. So let's go ahead and open up the terminal window so we can actually run that at the same time. And so we're going to move our cursor to the folder we just created. And there we are. You can see that. And what we're going to do now is we're going to initialize this with Node Package Manager to make this a package. And it's going to go ahead and we're going to ask for a name. We're just going to go with the default. So we're just going to say yes, yes to a couple of these. Yep, enter, 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 enter. And is this okay? Yep, enter. All right, so now we have a new file, and this is our JSON package. It has all the defaults in it. We can go in and modify these if we want to. No need to for this exercise, but you may want to for the solution that you're putting together. And we're going to create a new file called index.js, and this is going to be the reference file that's in the JSON package for NPM. And here we're going to put in our solutions that we absolutely have to have for this to run. So we're going to install Express, and Express is a web service application, but it's very flexible, and one of the things that we're going to use it for today is build APIs. So in our terminal window, we're going to type npm install -- save Express. This will install Express locally on our machine. And it takes a few minutes, but it's going to go and download all the latest features. This is going to be the latest version of Express. You can, if you want to, specify a specific version of software. For these examples, there's no need to do that. So you'll see that everything has been installed. If we expand the Node module, we can scroll down and indeed, yep, there we are. We see Express has been installed along with some other pieces that are useful. All right, so that's our first piece. The next is we're going to define our app, and our app is going to use Express And we want Express as a local host on our local machine on port 3000. So we've identified port 3000 as the default port for our application. And we are going to now create an array for some movies. And we're going to have ID, title, director, and release date. Inception, great movie. And director, Christopher Nolan. And that was released in 2010, yes, 10 years ago. Okay, so we're going to do a couple of items here, just so that we have some more than one entry in our array. And array is a JavaScript. You can think of it as a very simple table, but it allows us to have structured data. You can also do a JSON file. You can also connect to a database, MongoDB, or something like that. 2019. Okay, so we have two movies in our little array. That'll be more than enough for right now. The key part is that we have a consistent structure for the array of ID, title, director, and release date. And so we're going to create two APIs. One's going to be a get API where we'll get the list of the items in our API, and the second will be a post where we'll be actually pushing in a new item. So let's go ahead and start with the get. And what we want to do is we're going to select get/movie, and we are going to have this run as an API. And so what we'll do is we will test this in a moment. This will be running from our web browser. Actually, we'll probably open up Postman and run this through Postman. So, okay, that pulls all the movies. And we'll do another get in a moment where we'll filter by movie ID, but let's just get them all for right now. And we are going to listen on a server port. In this instance, it's going to be port 3000. And we already had defined the port as a variable earlier, so we're just referencing the variable, and the port number is listed at the top in line 4. Just a text string that's going to get put to the terminal window, and it is going to dynamically grab the port, the value from the variable from 3000, and place it in our text string. Easy. And we want to save the file, and now we're going to go ahead and run it. So we're going to do node index.js. That runs the script and tells us that we're listening on port 3000. That's great. That means now that we should be able to go into Postman and grab the data from an API. So here's Postman. If you've not used it before, it's a great tool for being able to manage APIs. Strongly encourage you to have a go with this. So we're going to get the get command. And if you've done any applications, web applications, you've probably used get and post for the data that you're pulling and pushing from forms online. Same principle. So we want to go ahead and we're going to go and grab get. I'm going to type in localhost, and it's going to be :3000/movies, because that's the name of the file. And we're going to hit send, and what we get as a response is the data in our query. Sorry, in our array. Here we go. So there's our array, and the data values have been pulled back by Postman. That's great. So now we want to go ahead and add a movie to our array. And we're going to do that. We're going to use the post command, and get and post are HTTP commands. And so we're going to use movies, and in this instance, we're going to push the value into our list. So construction movie requires, we're going to need a structure here, and that structure is going to be the information that's in the body, and then we're going to push to the log, our terminal window, and we're going to push. So here we're using push, and that's a term for arrays within JavaScript where we push the data into the actual array itself. There are lots of ways of being able to control data within an array. If you're new to arrays with JavaScript, I strongly encourage you to learn more about them. There's just an awful lot you can do with them. And then we want to have a validation message come up on the screen saying, yes, movie has been added to the list. So we'll save what we've just created. If we don't save it, it won't show up. And then we're going to rerun the node index.js file. You can see this is, we've created here already an API that allows us to pull and push data in and out of a variable. Okay, so let's go back, and we're going to change the header from being get to being push. So we're going to use, not push, post. So we're going to select post, and then what we want to do is the value inside of the body. And so let's go over, and we want to select body. And we're going to put in text and select JSON. So it's going to be structured. And so here we will essentially copy the structure we have here. So let's go ahead and just copy these elements. And we have to give it an ID because we don't have an auto-generated ID. So we're going to make this ID 3. And it's going to be a number 3. And then we want to put in title. New movie. And we'll put in director. And we'll have this as, I don't know, new director. Not very creative here today. And then we need to put in a date. So release underscore date. And let's just put in a date. Today's date will be fine. Just so you know that we're not formatting the date column. So let's go ahead and we'll select send, and this will actually go, and we can see below, boom, movie's been added to our list. And we can go back and let's go ahead and validate that. So we're going to change from post to get, use the same, and now we go to below. Oh, looks like we put an error in our formatting. So let's go to parse the JSON. and we want to pass it using express. And this will clear up any formatting issues. So app.use express JSON, express URL encoded, extended false. And this should help us pass our value. And then we'll rerun that script. Make sure you save the previous file, otherwise it won't run the new script. All right, looking good. So let's go back and let's go back to our localhost 3000/movies. And there's only 2 values here. So what we need to do now is change from get to post. We'll go to body. And what we're going to do is we want to have raw JSON. And what we want to do is capture the values that we have below and insert this file into this new JSON packet into our array. We can actually just copy that. It's a little bit cheating, but it's the same. So let's go ahead and get everything consistent. And we change the number to 3. We're creating a unique title. Actually, sorry, a new title. It doesn't need to be unique. Just the ID needs to be unique. So title will be new movie. New director, we'll change it to new director. And we'll change the date. I'm not doing any formatting on the date, so it can be any date, any number really. Hit save. Movie's been added to our list. Woohoo! So it's been added. But now let's go back to get and let's see if we can actually see the third entry. And scroll down, and there we are. We've actually pushed that JSON package into our array. So we now have 3 items in that have been added via our API. Okay, so now let's go ahead and search our movie database. Yes, we only have 3 entries, but we want to be able to. So we can do that by using the get command. And what we'll be doing is we'll be validating against a specific ID number. So we have 3, and we're going to validate against just the ID number. In this instance, the way to do it is through the URL. So beforehand, we had localhost :3000/movie. Now we're adding in /movie/ and then whatever number after that will actually filter against the ID. And that's essentially what we're doing here right now. So we're going to go into if movies.id. Again, we're using the ID value to actually pull from our array list. With my variables and arrays mixed up here today. And then once we actually have the value, we'll actually post back as a JSON packet. And if we have any errors, then what we'll do is we'll throw up message movie not found. So there we are. We're going to pull against an ID. And we should be able to then pull that up through Postman into our terminal window. Again, the reason why we're using Postman is that this is actually just showing the values going back and forth. We're not having to render a whole web page. It's extremely fast, very efficient. All right. So we saved and reran our script. All right, let's go back. And what we're going to do is we're going to change the value. So we're going to hit send. Here we are. We see all of our movies using the get command. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use a filter on just ID 2, which is the Irishman. So do /2, and there we are. We have just the information on the Irishman. So now you can see how you can create a simple search. All right. So the final action we want to do is to delete a record in our array. And so we can go ahead and do that. And we're going to use the delete command to actually do that. So we'll be able to push in a record. We've been able to view records, filter against records. Now we're going to go ahead and do delete. And so we can do app delete, and then we're going to filter by specific ID number. And when we do this, we'll actually then, when we put in the URL path, which will be localhost:3000/movie/ and then the ID number. So in this instance, either 1 or 2, probably use 2. That will then delete from our array the record for the Irishman. Save our files. I do the shortcut, a keyboard shortcut of Control+S to save files on Windows, or Command+S on my Mac. And once we've deleted a record, we want to send a message saying that the movie has been deleted. All right, so we want to go ahead and let's just check our code. Looking good. Save our file, and we want to rerun the index.js file. There we go. Rerun. Okay, let's go to Postman. And grab the delete. So again, we're filtering against a movie ID, and then we'll delete that ID. Okay, so we went against the Irishman, and we hit send, and there it is. Now we're going to change the command to delete. So we hit 1, we'll actually delete Inception. The movie has been deleted, it's great. And let's go ahead and grab use get to pull in all the movies that are listed. And it's not going to find movie number with the ID 1, it's not there anymore. And if we get all the movies, we see we only have one movie, and that's The Irishman. And so our delete function has worked. There we are. So we've installed Express. We're using Express to build all of our applications. We have our app running on port 3000. We are using Express to pass the JSON effectively back and forth. We have a simple array. That array is then being used to create an API to pull the details. And then we're being able to add a movie, then search for a movie, filtering against an ID. And then we can actually finally go ahead and delete a movie. All this using Express.js. Today we're going to be covering Node.js authentication using JWT, or JSON Web Tokens. So let's get started. So why are we going to go down this path? So let's cover the key things that you need to be asking yourself. such as what is a JSON Web Token? What is the value of using a JSON Web Token? And then what does the actual structure of the JWT look like? And then let's go through some use cases of where you'd actually use JWTs, both in the enterprise and in the real world. And then finally, we're actually going to go through a demo on how you can actually install a JWT using Express and Node.js. So let's dive into what actually is a JSON Web Token. So a JSON Web Token is actually based on an open standard. It's one that you can actually go ahead and research, and it allows a definition of a compact, self-contained way of being able to securely transmit information between parties using a JSON object. And a JSON object is a JavaScript array, and it's very compact. It's a very tight way of being able to send data back and forth. The thing that's great about using a JSON Web Token is that the information itself is encrypted, and it can only be verified and trusted through a public-private key pair. And we'll get into that about how you can actually get to those. So, why would you actually want to go ahead and use a JSON Web Token? Are there other formats that you can use? Well, yes, there are other formats you can use, but what's great about a JWT is that it is a great way to be able to pass data from HTTP servers. So if you're building a web application and you have a web application where you need to pass authentication over, using a JWT is a great way to be able to do that. So for instance, you may have a number of enterprise applications that run across your cloud environment. You may have some enterprise applications that run in your data center, and you want to have people come in, such as your employees or your customers, authenticate once and then be able to have their ID transition from one to the next. JWT is a great way to do that. The content is extremely secure, and we'll get more into that in a moment, but it is the highest level of security you can have right now. And the final great thing about working with JWT is that the actual tokens themselves are very well documented, and so there's actually a lot of passes that you can use. So being able to add in JWT into your application is very, very easy to do, which makes it very easy for you to actually implement at a large scale authentication and authorization. And so authorization is a key word there. That's something that you're probably coming across a lot. Instead of just being able to identify who you are, we want to be able to authorize what you have access to. So let's have a look at the structure of a JWT. There are several key elements. The first is the header, and that's actually going to break down what kind of token it is. By default, it's going to be a JWT token. And what is the signing algorithm? So SHA-512 is a very complex and secure algorithm. Certainly the one that I would recommend that you use. You can even go higher than that, but SHA-512 is a great place to start. And then you have the payload, and the payload is the information that's been actually encrypted within the web token. So in this instance, we have a name, the admin type, subname. Just really, you can put whatever kind of information you want in there, as long as it's applicable to the service that you're passing the data into. And then you have your signature, which is encoded header and payload with the algorithm that you've sent. So in this instance, it's SHA-512 algorithm. So let's look at some of the use cases that you'd have for JWT. So a couple of use cases would be authorization. So say, for instance, you have a application and you want to be able to authorize somebody to have access to different parts of the application. A JWT is a great way to be able to encrypt that data and be able to pass that data back and forth. Examples would be jumping from different parts of Office 365 and being able to have access to different features within the system. And then another area would be if you're doing information exchange. So if information is being securely exchanged from one person to another. So a blockchain scenario, a multi-distributed environment where you want to be able to have a way to be able to securely transmit data back and forth and know that that data is being encrypted is another good example. So with that, let's take a pivot and we'll go ahead and we'll look at creating a demo using our standard stack of Node.js, and we'll use Express and Postman. And these are tools that you may already be familiar with if you've seen other videos that we've created in this series. And we'll go ahead and create a JWT token. So let's go into our demo of how to create a JWT JSON web token. There's going to be some tools that we need to get started with. Node.js is the first, so let's go ahead and find Node.js at nodejs.org, and you can either download Windows, Mac, or Linux code. Obviously, you'd install the one that would be for your operating system. The next tool that we want to install is a text editor. We're going to use Visual Studio Code or VS Code. Go to code.visualstudio.com, download this. This will run on Mac, Windows, and Linux. Really great text code editor. And then we're also going to use Postman. Postman is a tool that allows you to access and view APIs that we'll be creating with Express. And you go to postman.com, hit download. And again, there's versions of Postman for all leading operating systems, and have those installed and up and running. So we're going to go ahead and let's open up Visual Studio Code. And we're going to start by creating our project. So let's go full screen on this, get rid of the welcome screen. And let's go and open up a folder where we'll actually have our project. We're going to put this on our desktop for right now. Let's go create a new folder, and we'll call this Node JWT for JSON Web Token. Select that folder. And we're going to want to go ahead and use NPM to initialize this folder for Node. And so let's get rid of the welcome screen again. And let's go ahead, and one of the things I love about VS Code is you can actually run the terminal window right from in here. So let's go ahead and select NPM init, or he knows to pull from the folder that we're in. And we're just going to select yes here in a second for our, let's go ahead and create that. And you'll see that the packet has been created. And there is a JSON packet with just default information about the NPM package that we created for Node. And we're going to go ahead and create an index.js file. That's what we've been pulling from the package. And the index.js files, we're going to actually write all of our code. And what we want to do right now is install Express. And Express is going to be used to create the APIs that we'll be able to test our JWT against. And then we'll also want to install a JWT file. So let's call this JSON Web Token. And from our terminal window, we'll just go ahead and install both of those. And you do that by typing npm install --save. And then we're going to put Express and JSON Web Token. Express and JSON Web Token. And we'll just go ahead and let those install. It only takes a moment for those to get installed. All right, we're up and running. Okay. So let's go ahead and start bringing in some of our apps. So we're going to create an Express app, and we're going to use the get HTTP header to have everything go from the, we're going to actually have everything running on our local host, and we're going to run everything off port 3000. We're going to do that in a moment here, but we'll have everything running off a sub folder called API. That's where our web application is going to be running from. And we'll put in a message that, hey there, to show that everything's up and running. Okay. And save that. And save. You can do Control+S to save your files, as you can with a lot of Windows applications. I encourage you to do that a lot. So let's go ahead and open up Postman. We're not even going to go to our web browser on this one. And we'll open up Postman. Takes a moment to run the first time. And it comes. And Postman, again, is a tool for being able to manage API calls. So you don't have to write a script. So here we go. And we can go in here and that's where we're going to write our script. But we have to do a couple of things first. Let's get everything running. So we want to listen for port 3000. That's where we're going to run everything off of. And in the console log, we'll actually throw in a message to confirm that we are running on, everything is up and running. We'll just say, okay, server started on port 3000. Again, we're going to be running everything off localhost, so you'll be able to see this. And this is, as you imagine, just a test environment. So let's go down into our console. We'll run this script, node index.js to run the script. It runs really fast, not a whole lot going on there. And we're having everything running off the API file. So let's go and we'll type in under our get localhost :3000 /API. And we hit there's lots of different HTTP headers we can use. We're going to use get for right now. We'll send that. And hey there, welcome to the API service. So to be clear, this is just an API we're creating right now. This is not JWT. We'll get into that right now. All right. So we want to be able to post data, and post is actually pushing data in. So we're going to go into, going to create a login screen. Again, this is all API, so it's not real, but you get the point. And then we can construct a user. And let's go ahead and what we're doing here is we're creating an array of a random user, and they can have a name of ID1. The user's going to have an ID value, which is 1, a username value, which is going to be John, and then an email value of john@gmail.com. And then we'll make this a JSON Web Token JWT sign-in, and they'll have to sign in with their user. And this is going to use a secret key, which will be our hash, our hash 512 token. And respond to the JSON with the token. Okay, so let's see now. Okay, and we're going to and this will be our post API posts. And what we're going to be able to do is we're going to jump from one app to another app, and you'll be able to see how we can move the token with it. And the message will read post created. All right. So let's just run that script. Index.js runs real quick. Okay. So if we come over here and we go to posts and hit send, and say message posts created. Good. So let's go ahead and try that again. And we want to go to the login. So we're going from one app to another app. Select post. And here in the login, we should be able to request the token. This will be our JWT token. When we hit send, we should get our token. And here you can see the whole token is encrypted. It's that huge long line. It's very unique. And now we want to be able to go in and say, okay, let's verify the token. So we've gone ahead and we've created the token, but now we need to, as we go from app to app, we need to actually verify the token. So we're going to get an error message if we don't verify the token correctly. So we're going to put in a function to verify the token. And we're going to create a bearer header value, which will be the headers and the authorization for that. And if type of bearer header, we're going to either have it, if it's not correct, it'll be undefined. Otherwise, this bearer token, it will be split. And we're going to require the token for our bearer token. Else send status 403. Okay, so bearer token is what we're going to be calling against to verify our token. I'll show you how that works in just a moment. And this will be to authorize. And to authorize, we'll need to actually go ahead and use the token. So we can actually put in here all right, so I think everything's looking pretty good. Oh, and if we get the error message, it means that we'll see the message forbidden if we don't put in the code correctly. So let's double check that everything is looking good. We're going to verify that the token is required. Okay. So if it is, then jwt.verify. And this will connect our token appropriately. And we'll be able to put that in as a part of our secret key. And if it is successful, we'll put in that message there. And we're also going to put in the authorization data. Yep, looking good. As you can see, a lot of the work is just making sure that everything is aligned up correctly. Okay, so let's run our code, node index.js. There we go, nice and fast. And we're going to go in and localhost API posts. We'll change this to post. So this one API, which is the API posts, which is up here. We're going to hit send. And you can see that we have the error code forbidden has come up, which is what we were expecting, because we haven't been able to put in a secret key. And put in the comment there, forbidden, so as we're stepping through the code. But now what we can actually do is we can go back and we can grab the token. And here is our token below. And we just want the token itself, we don't need the wrappers. And copy that. Come over here. And if we write again, it's going to say forbidden, but if we go into our headers, we can put in authorization, and then the value, we'll do bearer, and then the key. And once we do this, we now get all of the data that we were asking for pulled back, which is exactly what we wanted. So you can see here how we can actually securely use a JWT to pass values back and forth across the application. Okay. And we hit authorization, and we select that and approve it. Yep, we keep authorizing. So if you don't authorize, then you don't get the data. Okay, so we have everything against the API. And we have one application which is called API post. We have another application called API login, and we're able to move the data back and forth using our secret key in our JWT token. And we have everything running on port 3000 of our local host server. And that's our demo. So first of all, let's cover why you'd want to go through this tutorial. So we're going to cover what MySQL is. We're also going to tell you how we're going to connect with Node.js and why you'd want to do that with MySQL. And then finally, we're going to do a demo taking you through all the steps on how you can actually do that kind of connection. So what is MySQL? Well, basically, MySQL is probably the world's most popular relational database. So if you think of relational databases that are table-driven, MySQL is arguably the most popular database out there for RDBMS systems. It is by far the most popular open source relational database. The entire database is written in C and C++. It's been around for a really long time. Again, it's open source, which is great, which means that there are no licenses or costs for actually using MySQL. And you'll find that companies of all sizes, from small mom and pop shops all the way up to massive global enterprises, are all using MySQL. So, why would you want to then take that next step of connecting Node.js with MySQL? Well, fundamentally, it comes down to the basics of the differences between the two products. MySQL is a database, and Node.js is an architecture framework for building out web applications. Again, with MySQL, it's open source. It's free to use. You don't have to pay anything. There are no licenses, which, if you compare it with other solutions out there, is a big deal. MySQL, even though it is open source, is incredibly powerful. It's one of the more mature open source programs out there. I think Apache is probably arguably more, Apache web server is probably more mature, but MySQL is very close behind it. So it has had a huge amount of investment. This is not a solution that's only a couple of years old. We're talking about a solution that's more than 15 years old, very, very structured, very powerful, and you can do a lot of really good things with it. You can actually then build solutions with it using PHP, Java, really any kind of database, even other systems and other frameworks will allow you to interact with MySQL. And it just allows you to work with just huge amounts of data very, very quickly. So let's go through a demo of how you'd actually use Node.js and MySQL.
So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started by putting our Node environment together. So let's start by selecting Node.js and downloading it. So we'll go to nodejs.org. And there you have your options for Windows, Mac, or if you want to go for the source code, you can go ahead and download and install that. The next is to install XAMPP. And so we're going to go to XAMPP installers for a quick search, and that's on our ApacheFriends.org site. And here we have XAMPP available for Windows, Linux, and Mac OS X. And then finally, we want to go ahead and install Visual Studio. So Visual Studio is going to be our IDE, our integrated development environment. In this instance, we're going to use Visual Studio Code. If you don't use Visual Studio Code, it's a great free open source solution for being able to build applications. I'm a big fan of it, so I encourage you to use it. Go ahead and download, install that. And we have Visual Studio code up and running. So go ahead and we're going to open up a new folder. And let's go ahead and create a new folder. We'll just put it straight off our desktop here. And it's just for kicks and giggles. So we're just going to type in Node MySQL for our source code. And we'll open up that folder and select that. And so we now have this folder selected in our Visual Studio Code editor. And what we want to do is we want to get rid of the welcome page. We don't really need that anymore. And we're going to terminal window so we can actually see the scripts that we're writing. We're going to be using terminal quite a bit in this. So for instance, we're just going to test that we have NPM installed. We do, so that's great. And we're going to go npm init, and that's actually going to set up our own node package module. And we can actually see that the JSON file for that package has been created. So we go in there, we can see that all the defaults are selected. You'll see that index.js is the default file that will be created. So we're actually going to go ahead and we're actually going to create our own index.js file, and we're going to add in some instructions into that file to actually install the correct software from the npm package. And the first thing we want to do is install Express, which is a package that's great for building lightweight web applications, not mobile applications. I suppose if you're doing a responsive design, then I guess it would be mobile. But in this, it's a web application environment. So we're going to put in the requirements for that, and then we're going to also go and require that MySQL gets installed. And you'll see that for both of them, we're just going to use npm's default commands for creating that, and we'll go down to the terminal window and we'll do npm install, and it's going to install the Express and MySQL environment. And as that installs, you'll actually see on the left-hand side under the folder, you'll actually see the files starting to be installed. So for instance, we have the node modules, and underneath that will be all the subsequent files that we need. And there we are. Everything is installed. All right, so let's just go ahead and validate some of these commands to make sure everything is installed. So we're going to open up XAMPP, which allows us to go in and view and see that everything's installed. So we have MySQL installed, we have Apache installed. We can start and stop the services with XAMPP. Go ahead and do that. You can do this through terminal window as well, but the UI interface is really nice. So let's go into my SQL interface, and you'll see that we don't have any databases. These are all just the standard test databases, and so we have to go ahead and create one. And so let's get our SQL database connection created. So we're going to write const db equals MySQL create connection. And we want to connect to the local host in this instance. And user is just going to be a root user account, which is the standard user account that comes from MySQL. There is no password for the root user when you're running it locally, but I encourage you to change that as quickly as you can because you don't really want to have a password-free environment. And now we want to be able to then connect to the MySQL environment. So we'll write db.connect, parentheses error, and we want to throw an error message if the connection isn't good. So if we do error, we'll throw the error message to the log window. And if we don't, then we'll write MySQL connected. All right. And then we want to connect that to our Express app. The next step we want to do after we made our connection is to go ahead and create a database. So we're going to do both steps at the same one. So we're running the script right now, and then we'll run the commands in the terminal window so we can actually create a database. And so we're going to go ahead and we want to create a database. And let's write let SQL equals create database. And we're going to call the database Node MySQL. You can call it whatever you want, but this is just a Node MySQL script. The DB query SQL error throw error message res.send database created. So we'll throw a message saying that database has been created. Let's go save that to demonstrate that we've connected and we've created a database. So let's go ahead and we'll do node index.js to run that, and we've connected to MySQL. That's great. Good first step. And then we'll go to the window and we'll go to localhost 3000, which is the default connection. But what you'll see is that we've actually created the name of the database has been changed to Node MySQL. So we've got an error message, which we expected. And so what we're going to do is we're actually going to go ahead and we're going to say we want to listen. And if the error message comes up to 3000, then in the console window, we want to put a message of server started on port 3000. So let's try that again. Node index.js. Yep, and server has started on port 3000. We'll refresh that. Nope, still getting an error message. And what we want to see is, let's go ahead and see our database hasn't been created. So let's go and connect to database. The database is, let's go ahead and click create DB on port 3000. All right, so by doing that, we write that command and that function, and that goes ahead and creates our database. And we'll actually see that we have now Node MySQL has been created, which is a great first start. Now we have to go in and create some tables because we have no tables in there. All right, so let's go down and let's go ahead and create a table. So what you're seeing right now is that we're using the index.js environment within a package on Node.js to actually create and control everything that we want to see in our windows. So all of the work that we're doing for creating a table, for creating the database, for initializing the core files, is all being done through JS. And so here we are, we're going to create a new table. We call it it's going to be called the employee table. And so once we run the command create employee, it's going to create a table, has the employee fields, which is going to have an ID, which will be an integer that will go into auto increment. It'll have a name field. We'll also put in a designation field. And we'll have a primary key as well. Keep it very simple for right now. And let's just put our DB connection so that everything connects effectively. Okay, so if everything goes correctly, then we'll have the message employee table created. So let's test this out. And Node.index.js. Make sure that the data we have now actually a database field that we can connect to. So we've got Node MySQL, so we're connecting to the correct database. Otherwise we get an error. And then we'll try that again. Yay, we connected to the database. So the database has the name. And because we've got Node MySQL, there's no fields in there yet. So let's go ahead and put in create employee for the fields, and let's run the function that creates the new table. And then voila, we have a new table. And so the next action we want to do is actually populate the table with a record. So this starts becoming familiar. So we're now going to put in a single record. We'll call it employee 1 for right now. And we'll write the function employee 1, and when we run that function, it'll actually go ahead and it'll actually insert the record into MySQL. And the name will be Jake Smith, and the designation will be a Chief Executive Officer. Certainly encourage you to put your own name into this. Make yourself your own CEO, because why not? And we're going to make this as an insert record. I'm going to insert into the employee table. And we're just using some basic SQL scripting here. And what you'll see actually with Visual Studio Code is that it's actually providing a lot of prompts to make it easier to write your code. Microsoft is looking to actually add some AI to Visual Studio Code to actually start auto-completing scripts, which will make it even easier to write your code. All right, so let's go run node index.js. We see we've got everything connected, and we'll grab the function employee1, and let's go over to our Express site. Let's just go and we'll insert the command employee1. Employee has been added, and we will just validate this by going back to MySQL, and we'll refresh it, and you'll see if we click on the employee table, we should now have an employee in there. Yep, there we do. Jake Smith. Well done, Jake. First record. All right, so we want to be able to now select the employee. So let's go ahead and do that. And we want to be able to easily get the employee list. So let's use our SQL command, and we'll do select star, which is everything from the employee table. So we're actually pulling everything from the employee table. We're going to query the database. Let's throw a message to confirm that the query is successful. We'll put everything in the console log results. All right, let's give this a whirl. Okay, so let's go and run our command. Localhost 3000, and we'll put get employee, and it says employee details fetched. Now we go to the console window in Visual Studio. Yep, there we go. We have now all the packet information, including the ID about Jake Smith. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if we can actually update the employee information. So as you can see, now we're starting to run into just our standard SQL commands. And so we want to be able to update the employee from a browser. And as you can tell, we're not using any forms or any other types of records. We're just simply interacting between the browser, the server, and the database. And the new name will be updated name. And we have to make sure we're updating the appropriate record. And we will make sure that we're matching against ID 1. Right, so let's run that. And Jake Smith is there. Now go and select JSON :/1. We've now gone ahead and updated the Jake Smith information. So let's click on employee table, and we now see it says updated name. I know, not very creative, but it allows you to see a change. And finally, we can go ahead and delete the record as well. So it's going to be similar to update, but I'm deleting instead. And we're going to delete the record from the employee table, where name equals, where ID equals, and ID. And then we want to be able to show that the record has been deleted. Okay. Just say delete employee deleted, and we go to database. We can actually see from the employee table that there are no entries. The one only record that was there has been deleted. And so this shows you how you can very easily control everything from using your connection into MySQL right from Node Package Manager. You can create a table, you can select your records, you can then update any record that you selected, and finally you can delete any record that you want to be able to delete. So what we're going to do is, so what's in it for you? So in this presentation, we're going to go through three key things. What is MongoDB? How do you connect to MongoDB with Node.js? And MongoDB is part of the MERN stack. So we're going to cover what the MERN stack is and how it applies to Node.js. So what is MongoDB? So MongoDB is probably the most popular NoSQL database out there. It's cross-platform and very easy to scale. It's available on all cloud systems. You can also run it locally, which is what we'll be doing later on in our demo. But it's just a very flexible database environment for modern applications. It works on the concept of collection and documents. What you'll find is MongoDB was originally written in C++, and it is what's referred to as a NoSQL database. So this is different to a relational database, which is built up of tables with rows and columns. This is a NoSQL database, it's simply a lot faster and more powerful for the work that you're doing. And you're able to use MongoDB very easily. You can actually go ahead and download it. We'll actually do that as part of our demo. So, why connect Node.js with MongoDB? Well, the reason why you want to do this is that MongoDB is a modern database. It's not restricted by the challenges of scalability that older relational databases have. It's really designed for building mobile applications and websites that scale into the millions and millions of users.
For MongoDB, probably the most important feature is scalability. The performance of the database is phenomenal, and it is extremely highly available for the solutions that you'll be creating. So when you push it out your solution to the cloud, you can almost guarantee it's always going to be running. You also have the ability to be able to scale to very large, complex, multi-site solutions. In fact, one of the very first MongoDB applications I built was a multi-tenant environment, and it just worked really well. And you'll be able to easily deploy your solutions across Microsoft Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, etc. So, why do you want to keep connecting to MongoDB? I think probably one of the other areas that probably is often forgotten with Mongo is just the concept around big data. And when you talk about big data, you're talking about absolutely massive databases, and MongoDB is front and center for all of that. You can do your effective content management and delivery. It has an effective mobile and social infrastructure. So by that, it allows you to be able to build out solutions that can go to all modern day types of applications. And the data is actually very easy to manage through your central data hub. And then finally, being able to connect to MongoDB is very easy, particularly as there is a client called Mongoose that makes the connection extremely easy. So, finally, let's kind of look into how MongoDB is part of the MERN stack. So MERN stack is a JavaScript stack, and it's of JavaScript solutions that are built for modern single-page applications. And there are 4 key solutions in the MERN stack. There's MongoDB, which is your database; Express, which is your server-side HTTP environment; React, which is the solution for being able to create your solutions on the client; and then Node.js, which actually manages the whole environment. It's really an environment that's designed to make it very easy to be able to build out modern day solutions. So MongoDB is the M in MERN, Express is the E, React is the R, and Node.js is the N. So again, as you start working with some of our other videos that we have here, you'll be able to see how all of these tools really complement each other. So we've done an introduction on MongoDB. Really, the best thing now is to get your hands dirty by actually doing a demo. So we're going to go through a demo. What I would strongly encourage you, however, though, is that this demo really does build on a lot of the other videos that we've done in this series. You really do want to spend some time on the Node.js video, the Node.js for Express video, the Node.js for APIs video. Really, all of those videos help complement the work that you'll be doing with this video here. You'll see some real strong correlations, plus a lot of new content as well. So with that, we're going to jump into the demo. So let's do our demonstration on how to use MongoDB with Node.js. First thing we want to do is go ahead and install Node.js. So you're going to go and do Google search Node.js, and that should bring up a result of going to nodejs.org. And here you can download Node.js for multiple platforms. So Windows, Linux, Mac OS, they're all supported. You can also get the original source code and recompile your version of Node.js if you want to. Now we're just going to install the Windows version. And the next thing you want to do is install your favorite text editor. I'm going to install Visual Studio Code, VS Code. It runs on all leading platforms, Mac OS, Windows, and Linux. It is open source. You can edit it. I like it because you can do an awful lot with it. Just a lot of extensions. It's just a great tool all around. So that's the next thing you want to install. And then we want to go ahead and we want to go to mongodb.com so we can install the MongoDB database. So you want to go to Software, Community Server, And you want to then select the MongoDB community server, which platform you want, and where it's going to connect with. And you want to select the download to install that. And that'll take a moment or two for you to download and get that up and running. Once you've done that, we want to go ahead and we're going to open up VS Code so we can start editing and the code that we need for our new solution. So let's go ahead and create a folder of our desktop that we'll use for MongoDB. So I already have a folder created called demo. I'm just going to select that. And then inside of there, I'm going to put in node MongoDB and select that folder. And that's going to open up VS Code. It's going to have our folder in here. So we're going to get rid of the welcome screen. We don't need that. We do want to, however, open up our terminal window. So we're going to run that. That's one of the things that I really like about VS Code is you can actually have your terminal window or command line window actually inside the development environment you're working in. So you don't have to be jumping from one solution to another. And then we're going to initialize our package. So NPM init for the folder that we're in. It's going to create our Node package manager. It's going to create our default package. And we're going to hit return. That's going to go ahead and start the process. And we're just going to go with the default settings that NPM is going to give. So just hit return, return, return a few times, and that'll get up and running for you. And our entry point for the application is going to be index.js. There we are. That's our JS package, and there we have everything. This is just the JSON package that provides the instructions that NPM would use to pass the program. Now you notice that we have index.js as our leading file, so we actually have to add a new file here, and we're just going to call this one index.js. So we actually have a file that can be referenced. And now we're going to go ahead and we're going to actually put in our default application. So Express is going to be required. So we're going to make sure that that is included in our first line of our instructions. And then we're also going to have a path that's required. And we're going to require handlebars. And these are all part of our Express environment. And don't forget to save your file as you're going along. And we're also going to have Express PHBS. And this is going to be our Express handlebars. And we're all going to allow insecure prototype access. You wouldn't normally do this, but because we're running everything locally, it just makes it easier for you to actually get all the code in. And then we're also going to add in our body parser. And these are all the required solutions that we need to be installed when you're running this package. And so let's save the file and then let's go ahead and run it. So we're going to do npm install, and we do --save, and this will install Express. And we're also going to have it install path, handlebars, Express handlebars, and this is where we'll install prototyping. And we'll also have the body parser installed, and we're just going to run that. This will just take a moment or two to install. All right, there we go. So we have everything installed, which allows us to now start working with our scripts. So we're going to create an app in Express. And we're going to listen on port 3000. And we're going to have a message, then go to our console log. And we're going to have everything running off our local host on port 3000. So let's go, and we're going to select node index.js, and it shows us everything's running, which is good. We can actually test this in our web browser if we wanted to. Okay, so let's start working on our app. So our app is going to use body parser, and we're going to encode our request. And the goal here is we're going to create a file that's going to go back and forth to MongoDB. So body parser is going to use JSON to encrypt the content. And we're going to do a get command to get our results. And if you've seen the API video, then we did that here. In fact, it's probably a good idea to actually sit down and look through some of the other videos that we've created, such as the Node.js for Express, Node.js for APIs, and Node.js for authentication. Before doing this video, we're going to create a default page, and it's going to say, welcome to the students database. The principles that we're putting down here, you'll be able to apply to any solution that you're creating with MongoDB. And so we want to have a simple action that we're going to put on here, which is going to be click to gain access. Okay, we're going to put in the path and where to get the list from. Okay. All right. So here is our basic web page that we're creating. Nothing fancy, but it's going to take you to a place where you can actually get all the content. Now, what we're going to do is we're actually going to go and pull the content from Mongo. So run this, and we can open up a web browser, and you'll see what it looks like. So let's go to localhost, close out these other tabs, don't need them. Localhost 3000. And there we see, welcome to the student database. Click on the database. And you click on, if we clicked on it now, nothing will happen. So, yep, nothing there. So let's make something happen. Okay. All right, so let's begin extending our app. So what we're going to do is we want to set the views. And we're going to do a join on our directory name. And app engine. So let's go from our views. We don't have an app engine yet, but let's go ahead and create a new folder. We can call that one views, and let's expand that. Actually, that should be okay. HPS. Express handlebars. And we're going to allow prototype access for our Express handlebars. So with Express handlebars, if this is new to you, it allows you to separate your content from your layout, which if you have developed with Swift for a mobile application on the Mac using Xcode, it's the same principle there, but for a web application. So we're just putting out here some of our default environment settings. And we're going to set our view engine for handlebars. And just checking through our code. It's looking good. Okay, so that provides that. So let's create a new folder under our views, and this one we're going to call layouts. So again, this is where we are splitting our layouts. And we're going to have a folder called models at the root of our application, and under models we're going to put in db.js. So the db.js file is going to be where we put our instructions for our database. And so here we're going to go ahead and we're going to require to import Mongoose. And Mongoose is a tool in Node.js that allows you to connect to MongoDB. So we're going to require the use of Mongoose. And so we're going to do npm install -save mongoose. And that's going to run and install on our local machine. So we can actually test this out. And once we've got this installed, what we're going to do is we're going to start connecting to a database that we're going to call StudentDB. Okay, we're already installed. So let's go mongoose.connect. And we're going to call it MongoDB. And we're going to run this off our local host. So we installed the community version that allows us to run off our local host. And it's going to run from the port 27017. And we're going to call this one StudentDB. So again, with our application, we're splitting out all the functionality. So if you want to reuse elements, you can. So we're going to have a user URL parser. And we'll make sure we capture everything correctly. Okay, so if error, then we'll send a message to the console log. And we have either connection is successful, or if things go wrong, error in connection. And then if there is an error, then what we'll do is we'll have the error message posted. Okay. And then we're going to do require student.model. So this will actually pull the model we're going to create. And so what we need to do now is create under models, we're going to create student.model.js. And this is where we're going to do our instructions for our student model. So first thing we want to do is we want to import Mongoose, Express, and the student model. So we've got to, let's make sure we have everything. Let's capture that. So let's go over to our student model. All right, so let's make sure that we have everything. So we want to have Mongoose. And I'm going to create a new variable called student schema. This will allow us to structure what our model will look like. And this will be a new schema in using Mongoose. And our new schema is going to be full name. And we're going to break down our JSON package. So we're going to put in the instructions for what the schema would look like. So we have the type, we have required, this field is required. And the second value is going to be email. Type string. This field is required. That's the message, error message you want to send if the field isn't filled out. Mobile phone number, this will be just a number. And we're going to have city, and the subtype will be, let's just make this a string. We're just going to try and keep this simple for right now. And this field is required. All right, so here's our schema. Looking pretty good. All right, mongoose.model, and connect this to our student model. So we want to go ahead and save that. Okay. Okay, a new folder, and this new folder is going to be called controllers. And we have a new file under controllers. And that new file is going to be called studentcontroller.js. Let's go in and see what we're going to add here. So we want to import, make sure we're running Express. So Express is required for our controller. We also want to set up a variable for router. So router express.router. And we want to make sure we're also connecting with Mongoose. So we have a connection to MongoDB. And we also want to make sure that we have connection to our student model. So mongoose.model and our student model. And this allows us to make sure that we have this student model pulled over effectively for our controller, for our student controller. Okay, so let's go to router, get, I'm going to render this. And student/add or edit. We'll come into that in just a moment. So we want to be able to view title, and this will pull in the insert student. And we're going to use under our views, we're going to create a new folder. And this one's going to be called student. And we're going to create a new file. And this one will be add or edit.js. Oh, HPS, sorry, for our handlebar. So you notice we don't have to put the file extension. Node.js manages all that for us. So router.post. So this will be we're going to get our content, and then we're also going to post content. So the post will go back as part of our body, and there'll be an ID. So we want to then insert the record that we'll be creating. So again, if you've worked through the Node.js API video, then you'll start seeing that there's some commonalities here of being able to insert or update a record. And we actually cover that using just a sample JSON package. This really takes it to that next level. Okay, so we want to put in a new student record, and so be student, and we're going to have their full name is going to come from our body. And we're going to also capture the email. Essentially, we're going to follow the model that we created. And our mobile phone. Finally, with a student city. And then we want to save the record that we create. Okay. All right, so we're going to manage our error message. And we're going to put in similar messages that we've put in before. So we want to redirect to our student list. And we're going to go ahead and create that in a moment. So let's create a new file, student list.hps. So list.hps. And here, so what we do is with student list, that's actually going to manage then the controls for being able to display the records in the database. And then we'll put our message. If there's an error, then we'll put an error message there and ask it to report the error message. We're going to try and not do that. All right, so now the next step we need to go through is we want to call a function to update the record. And let's go ahead and we're going to update the records, and we do the student.find1 and update command. Okay. Okay, so we will redirect to our student list as needed. If not, we'll throw an error message to our console log. Yeah, looking good. And again, this is just an example, but something that you'll be able to do yourself with your own solution. And then we want to go back to our list to then render the records. All right. And here we want to put student, and then how we're going to find the record. We'll throw a error message to our console log. So as you can see, we always throw an error message to the console log. Error messages are really useful. Okay, all right, looks good. Save that. Okay, let's do another router, and this is we're going to do the router against ID. This will allow us to get the content. So we'll be able to get the information by ID of the student. And what you can see is there's a lot of the work we're doing here is very repetitive, and you'll find as you create more modular code that it makes it easier for you to write your code and update and manage your code. Okay, so we're going to get our view title. We're going to put that into our document. Okay. All right, so our next router is we want to be able to delete a record by ID. And so what we're going to do is we're going to find our records, our student record, and we're going to find it by ID. And then we'll do find ID and remove. Okay, so we're going to once we've removed the record, we're going to redirect to our list so we can show our student list. Otherwise, we'll send an error message to our console log. Okay, so I think we have what we need. Maybe there's one more thing. Oh, I think we need to. I think this is good. Okay, so let's go to our layouts, add a new file there. We're going to call this one main layout.hbs. And here we're going to put the skeleton of our web page together. let's write this out. So we put in our HTML code. And we're just going to keep this real simple. In our header, we want a title, and this is going to be students database. Oh, maybe we just call it students. So we now go to, we're going to try and find out Bootstrap 4. We're going to just grab that, and we're going to use Bootstrap to get started. And there are a couple of components. There's the CSS component, and then there's the JavaScript component. So let's just go copy the CSS component. And then we're going to just link that into the header section of our web page. So, and then here's an example of different components you can create. If you haven't used Bootstrap before, it's an open source framework originally developed by Twitter. Great tool. So here in our header, we want to put in the link to the CSS. There's that. And now we'll need to also put in our own styles. So we've got here some styles that we created earlier on for the work that we're doing. You can just paste those in. So we have a box style that we want to use that will extend the box style that you get with Bootstrap. All right, so we're going to start working on our body content. Class BG info. So this is actually BG info is a CSS class file from Bootstrap that you can use. And you're going to have the ID of box. And again, we're going to do another class. This allows us for our table structure. So a little bit of knowledge of Bootstrap is great here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put in the content, which we're going to call body, and this will show up on the screen. So again, we're pulling from records within Bootstrap. Dig through Bootstrap, there's lots of content there for you to be able to take advantage of. Okay. So now we want to be able to add or edit a record. View title. And the French brackets allow you to be able to pull records and content directly from the code that we're writing. So we're pulling title from insert record, and that's part of our router command. And then we'll put in our form. Which will be student post. I'm just going to do a basic form here, nothing fancy. We will put in the first record will be a hidden field. And this will be for ID. So we want to generate the ID. We don't want to have somebody put that in. And then we will put in our form elements. So we'll have first will be a label, that'll be full name, and there'll be an input field. This will be text in the input field. And again, we're using form-control, which is from Bootstrap CSS. And then we'll have the full name and placeholder will be full name. So where we have name there will actually match up with the value that we're putting in our model. So here we have student full name. So we're matching everything up to the model that we created. Okay, so let's do this for our remaining form elements. And again, as you see, we can put this together really quickly. So we're going to put in form, this one will be email, and then we'll do mobile and city. And here we keep going. We put in form group. And we'll be able to have the type of tool for putting in mobile. So as you can see, because we're using just standard HTML here, you can actually reference external libraries such as JavaScript libraries for formatting the field that you're in, regular expressions, things like that. And let's put in our final value, which will be for city. And normally when I'd be writing this by hand, I would actually be copying and pasting sections of code and just changing the values as necessary, just to make it easier on myself. But here I'm just typing out everything for you so you can see the whole process. Okay. All right, so there are our values. Of course, remember, save your files as you're going along. Everything looks good. And we're matching up our values with our records. And we want to have a button that allows you to submit. We also want to have a button to select view all if you want to be able to view all of the records. Okay. Looking good. Okay, let's go back over to list. Now we want to be able to pull our records. So this will display the list of students in a table. Right. Let's go ahead and format that table. So we're going to put together our format here, but then we're also going to add buttons at the bottom so we can actually add a record to the database, or if we want to add or delete a particular record from the database. I'm going to call this one create a new student record for our student list. I'm just going to type all this in for you. And you'll see how we put placeholders for the values as we put them in. These are our table headers. Okay. Putting our body content. And what we're going to do here is we're going to add in an element that allows you to create a row for each item listed. So if you have 2 or more items, they'll appear as an individual row on here. And again, what we're doing is we're pulling in the values to be able to pull from the model that we created earlier on. So this being the data that's been submitted, so we're going to have it pull in the value for the email, full name, and mobile and city. We're not going to show ID. So it's pulling out all of this data that we created earlier on. So we have everything posted into our list as documents. So let's go into our HBS file, and it's our list. Let's put in our file entry here. This will be for city. Then this is just a placeholder at the end of the list. Oh yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to add in reference for the ID. So if we want to edit the document, we can. And then we want to do the same thing if we want to delete the document. So href equals student, and then just delete. Now delete based on the ID. There we go. Passing that instruction over. So click, turn, simple. I'm going to ask him, are you sure you want to delete? If somebody clicks on the record, they hit cancel, then it won't get deleted. If they hit OK, then it will get deleted. This is why you can actually write JS inline. Okay. And then we want to close out where the row will end. So have each opens and closes the record. Just tidying up some of the HTML there. Save that. Okay, looking good. Back to our root index file. So let's see now. We want to also require our model, and then we'll have our student controller also be a require, and where it's going to pull the student controller from. Okay. And this is just the instructions on where we can actually find content. Okay, looks good. So let's do node index.js. Everything's saved. I'm going to rerun everything. And we got an error. Let's go check out where our error came from. So let's go into our files. This is one that we created. So error is in student controller. Let's see, where's the error? Oh, we need to have our module. We need to export our module to our router. All right, let's go open up Mongo database. And we can start seeing where the records are. It's just installing the latest updates here. So we need to go ahead and put in our connection string. So it's on localhost. And that's the port. Let's just double check that, make sure we're completely aligned. So here's our database connection. And there's our port and student database. And we did this with Mongoose for connecting to Mongo. So I'm going to connect. And here are where our records are being stored. So we're going to create a database, and we're going to call this database. It's going to be called StudentDB. So StudentDB has to be case sensitive. And the collection name is students. Let's go ahead and create a database. So there we are. There's our database. And let's go rerun our index.js file. And everything was successful. This is good. All right. So everything should have passed successfully. Good, good, good. Database connection is good. So let's go to localhost. And here we are. So we can start actually navigating through our application. So we see we have our setup. We have no records. So let's go ahead and create one. And we go through, you can actually start stepping through the different layouts that you've created. So here's our layouts, they're separate to our code. So there's some spacing we probably need to add there. So let's go ahead and just add that. And let's rerun our code. This is the fun bits where everything is just tidying up. Okay, so it puts in one space because we didn't put in the actual HTML code for creating multiple spaces. So we're going to go in and select insert. So let's put in Smith, and we'll do smith@gmail.com. And let's just put in, I don't know, random phone number. There we go. We don't have any formatting, so we could put anything in there. And the city, I know, where am I? I'm in Delhi, so submit that. Hit submit, and it takes us to a list, and voila, we actually have a list with a record in. And if we go back to our database, we can actually refresh it, and now we actually start seeing our records being created. And we see the ID is automatically created, and there's our records. Okay, let's go back. And now we can select edit. We can edit the record. So let's change our city to Bangalore. We'll hit submit. All right, city is now Bangalore. And if we want to, we can edit again. And so this is pulling in, if we do a delete, it's going to ask us, do we really want to delete? Okay. A little bit of formatting applied there. And the records are all good, so we can make that Smith Jones. But because we need to hit submit, it wouldn't update the record. So we hit submit, it updates the record. We hit delete, it's going to say, are you sure? We say, yes, we are. And, it has, couldn't grab that record. Okay, so let's go back and look at our code. And because we have everything separated, we can actually now just go to our student controller, and we'll find our delete. There you go, delete. And we had a couple of minor errors there. This is where it's good to test out your code. Okay, let's run that again. And refresh everything. So we go to our database. We're going to go create a new entry. Let's call this one St. John @gmail.com. We'll put in a phone number. You see the formatting is just playing from our Bootstrap. So there we have. There's John. Do we want to delete? Let's say yes. Ba-boom! Yeah, easy. There we got it all solved. And we hit refresh. The record should be gone. Yep, it is. And so we've created an application where we can update applications. We can create an application. We can list all the items. And we did all of this using just open source solutions through Node.js. And that was with using Express, some of the components that come with Express, MongoDB for our database, and then Mongoose to connect to our database. We're going to be going through some of the simple questions that you would be asked during a Node.js interview. So let's just get started. So the first question you're probably going to be asked is, what is Node.js? Do you know what it's for? And essentially, Node.js is one of the most popular, if not the most popular, open source cross-platform JavaScript programs. It allows you to build out web applications that run on the server. It's extremely flexible. It allows you to implement a lot of solutions outside of just the core programming runtime. And it allows you to build solutions extremely quickly in an open source mindset for DevOps. It is used essentially for creating client-side web applications. We'll see this later on, and you may want to talk a little bit about using Express.js and how you can build out APIs to work with Node.js and connecting to databases such as MongoDB. And that is also really good for being able to store data-intensive applications that are asynchronous and event-driven in their model. And this is important when you're talking about creating applications that can scale rapidly. So you're going to then be asked, how does Node.js work? Well, Node.js itself is actually built on the V8 engine, and the V8 JavaScript engine is the same engine that runs JavaScript in your Chrome web browser extremely fast. It allows for high output and non-blocking through your I/O input outputs, and is single-threaded event loop. So you're going to be then asked, where can you use Node.js? And the reality is that the applications for Node.js keep expanding, but there are some core applications that you can work with Node.js right now. So such as web applications, distributed system, and network applications. Probably referencing the web applications is a really good starting point, because here you can actually talk about maybe some examples that you've done where you're building out some of these web applications. Indeed, one of the things that you want to be consistently doing and peppering your answers with is examples of work that you have done. Now, it doesn't matter if those examples are purely experimental or training examples that you've done. The fact that you've actually worked with Node.js and created a distributed system or a web application is really valuable, because it shows the person that you're meeting with that you have knowledge and understanding and practical experience of applying the theory of working with Node.js with the practice of working with Node.js. So be asked about, essentially the I/O refers to the transfer of data in and out of a system. And that's really it. And there's a reason why Google calls their conference I/O. It's the transfer of data in and out of our brains at their conference. The application is the same here. It's about moving data in and out of systems through using Node.js. And that every event can be tracked, whether it's on a physical device, a network, or files within a system. Again, it's input and output. So let's go through, and you're going to be asked, can you explain the difference between front-end and back-end development? And this is a question that I get asked a lot when I'm meeting with clients. People get really confused about what is the difference between front-end and back-end development. Bottom line, front-end is what gets resolved inside of your web browser or the app on your mobile device. Backend is what gets resolved, essentially what we call the back office or server-side applications, but that's becoming more and more synonymous for what gets run in the cloud. So web applications really get a lot of the functionality of a web application gets run in the front end. And I think with CSS, HTML5, client-side JavaScript, it's all going to get run in the front end. Everything else, such as connecting to a database, gets run behind the scenes in the back end. And anything that's going to have like graphics is going to be on the front end. APIs are going to be run on the back end. And then just finally, some of the scripting languages that use it on the front end. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript, those are all common core scripting languages that you would use. You can use frameworks such as AngularJS and React.js or Vue. Those would be front-end frameworks. Back-end frameworks would include Java, PHP, Python, and Node.js are some of the back-end technologies. You could also throw in there .NET as well. It's just a whole litany of front-end and back-end technologies and frameworks that you can use. And this is actually a good point to kind of explain the experience you have outside of just working with Node.js, but other technologies that you've been working with that potentially that the client is also using. So another question you're going to be asked when you're looking at Node.js is, can you tell me about NPM? And so when somebody asks you what is NPM, the first thing you're going to respond is, do you mean Node Package Manager? And the reason why you want to respond like that is that you want to qualify their question with understanding that you know what they're talking about, but you want them to verify that. And so Node Package Manager is NPM. And it's responsible for packaging all of your modules that you're working with in Node.js. And we have a whole series of videos that we've done on Node.js, and every single one of them includes references to NPM. So you're going to be asked, okay, you told me what it is, can you go into a little bit more details. So you can provide two main functionalities. And so one of them is being able to manage online repositories of modules and packages. So you can go to like search.nodejs.org and you can find packages that you can install into your solution, such as Express.js. And it also provides a command line utility that allows you to manage your packages very quickly through terminal window or command line. I use VS Code a lot, Visual Studio Code, and it has a command line utility built right into it that allows me to interact with NPM. So what are some of the modules in Node.js? And so, modules in Node.js, they're essentially like JavaScript libraries. So you can think of some of the JavaScript libraries that you may have used. The functionality is somewhat the same, but they're designed for Node.js and to run on the server. And there are ways in which you can go ahead and create some of those modules. So for instance, if we're creating a web server, you can actually use the require command to be able to require that the server be there. So the example we have on the right-hand side shows that we really do need to have HTTP, which is a web server, and we require that to be installed. And so that if you're running that NPM package, it will actually install the HTTP server, and then you can actually write some code to actually then listen on the local host port 2000 for where you'll be running your application. And there are just, there's a whole bunch of modules that come with Node.js right out of the gate. And here are some of the modules that you have. We also referenced just earlier on, HTTP is a core module for running a web server. You have a utility function that is useful for developers to assess features within your Node.js project. You have a URL module for any URL parsing you'd be doing. And you also have a stream, which allows you to be able to stream data in and out of your system and be able to manage how that's being worked. And then zlib, which allows you to compress and decompress files so that you can keep your storage of files to a minimum. So a question you're going to be asked is, why is Node.js being preferred over backend technologies such as Java and PHP? Particularly with Java, it's a very mature, stable language. It's been around for more than 20 years. PHP runs some of the most powerful and largest websites out there, such as Facebook. So why would you use Node.js? Well, the first response is kind of a gimme, but it is really fast. And if you watched any of the videos that we've done on Node.js, building out solutions and developing the solutions, you'll see just how fast it is. The second is the really kind of the secret sauce with Node.js is the Node Package Manager. And the Node Package Manager allows you to install additional functionality such as Express or Mongo as a database into your solution really quickly. And there's over 50,000 bundles available for Node Package Manager. If you're building out a real-time application that's data intensive and you need to have APIs quickly developed, then Node.js is really the great solution for you. It allows you to build out these solutions really quickly. And there is a easy synchronization between the server and the client due to the code base. And then finally, because the structure of Node.js is JavaScript, if you are making the pivot from being a front-end web developer to Node.js, it's just going to make it a lot easier for you to pick up Node.js because you have that common language of JavaScript. And on top of that, JavaScript is the world's most popular scripting language. So let's talk about some of the differences between Angular and Node.js. And so the reason why this question may come up is the person interviewing you is seeing whether or not you do know the difference between a front-end framework and a back-end framework. And this is one of those questions where you can go, well, there are differences, but the differences are because they complement each other. So Angular is a front-end development framework, whereas Node.js is a server-side framework. Other differences, though, between the actual frameworks themselves is that Angular is written in TypeScript, which is a modification of JavaScript. Node.js is written in C and C++. Angular is used for building out single-page client-side web applications. And so that's the key word there is client-side. Whereas Node.js is about building out fast and scalable server-side network applications. Again, the two complement each other. Angular splits web applications into the MVC and model view control components, whereas Node.js generates a lot of database queries. It does more than that as well, but you can think of Node.js as that glue to your database. So let's talk a little bit about when you're connecting to a database with Node.js. And so you're going to probably be asked, what is the most popular database used with Node.js? And there are a couple. MongoDB is largely the most popular NoSQL cross-platform database. MySQL is also very popular, and that's a more traditional relational database. You would go with MongoDB for really more modern solutions. When you're looking at creating an application that's going to really scale into just managing masses and masses of data that has to be created, read, updated, and deleted very, very quickly. For some of the other popular libraries that you use for Node.js, Express.js is a very popular one. I really like working with Express.js. It allows me to build out web applications really quickly. More importantly, it allows me to build out APIs very quickly, and which, APIs are essentially web applications themselves. But being able to do that very quickly with a framework like Express.js is very useful. Mongoose is an application that makes connecting to a Mongo database really easy. So here is an example of Express.js, which is in itself really a flexible but a solution that you can do lots with, and Mongoose, which is a more focused solution, which allows you make it easier to connect to your databases. So, what are the pros and cons of working with Node.js? There's lots of ways, we explained this earlier on, that you can actually build out applications that run on the cloud. Why would what are the pros and cons? So a pro is that Node.js is extremely fast at processing an event-based model. It really is fast. A con is if you have something that is a very heavy computational task, it's not so good at that. Now, I will caveat that Node.js is getting better all the time. And so you might have to provide an example of what a very heavy computational task is. And that may be calculating a risk on an insurance application against many, many variables. That may be something that's seen as computationally very heavy. But what you can do in that example is you can then offload the task to another solution that's designed for it and use APIs to pass the data back and forth. JavaScript is used for building out your applications with Node.js. Great. Lots of people know JavaScript. A restriction, and again, this is evolving as JavaScript itself evolves, is that when you do a callback, you may end up doing lots of nested callbacks if you're doing something that's very complicated. Again, another way around the con. And so this is one of the things that I always look for is if you have a blocker or a barrier, how do you get around that barrier? And so, for instance, when you're talking to your recruiter, you can say, look, the reason why I use Node.js is that it's fast, it's event-based driven, I can use JavaScript. There are some challenges, but what I do to get around those challenges and that's where you can say that, you may run the complex script off and you may write that in .NET or Java or PHP, and then use an API to do the response back into Node.js. So you get the benefits of both worlds, but minimize the investment in having to manage a complex environment such as Java versus a relatively simple environment with Node.js. The Node Package Manager makes it extremely easy to access just an awful lot of functionality. With over 50,000 packages, there's a package for that. So from being able to have a tool that creates unique identifiers that you might need to have for generating content that gets posted into a database, through to being able to connect to databases, through to running so many different solutions. The NPM package manager, with its access to so many different packages, makes it great for getting access to all that content. Now, a con is working with relational databases with Node.js isn't as easy as a NoSQL database. Now, you can do it, and there are ways around that. And what I would do when this question comes up is always kind of pivot to say, hey, this is how you can actually then get around building out that application. Pro for Node.js, designed for streaming huge amounts of data in and out. A con is that Node.js is single-threaded, and so it can be CPU intensive. But again, there are ways around that, and a good way around that is scaling your solution in elastic environments such as the cloud. So what is the command used to import an external library? And so to import an external library, the command is the require command. And so an example we have here is you can start a variable, and the variable is going to be for HTTP. And you're going to then require the HTTP service. That means that the application itself won't run unless the external library, the HTTP library, is installed. Okay, so those were our introductory questions for Node.js. Let's kind of pivot and take a look at the intermediate questions that you would be asked. So what does event-driven programming mean? So event-driven programming means that if something happens, something else will happen in response. So for instance, if you click a mouse, that mouse click is an event. That means something has to respond to that event. Just think of it as cause and effect. It's just the basic motion of physics. So that's what event-driven programming means. You also look at it as a callback function so that when an element is executed, something will happen in response. So what is an event loop in Node.js? So an event loop in Node.js is when you do an asynchronous call. And what that essentially means is that you are sending out data, and then a non-blocking input-output from Node.js is pulling data back in. What is an event emitter in Node.js? So an event emitter has really two areas of focus. One is that it manages the classes that hold all the objects within your event. And we have an example of this on the right-hand side. And then whenever an event actually is thrown, the functions are then called on that event synchronously. So for instance, we have in our example on the right-hand side, we create an event, and then we have the functions that are executed in a series from that event. So let's talk about the API functions in Node.js. So there are two types. One is an asynchronous non-blocking function, and the second is a synchronous blocking function. And the difference between the two of them is asynchronous is that there is no structure to the order for how the API is resolved. Synchronous means that when the feedback from the API is received, you have to execute the response in a series for how the response is sent to you. So what is a package JSON file? So the package JSON file is at the heart of our Node.js package, when we actually will initialize a solution folder to be a Node.js package. You'll find that the package itself holds all of the metadata that's particular to the project you're working on, such as project name, version, requirements. You have to have it installed in the root of the directory for the project. And again, look at any of the videos that we have on Node.js. We do have demonstrations within those videos that actually then go through and break out how to create that root package. And you'll see how you can actually then go ahead and update the instructions or the metadata within the package. So here we have an example of what that metadata looks like. So again, this kind of continues that question of what is a package JSON file? And you may be asked, what is the metadata and why is it important? And the metadata is a basic JSON collection of pairing of key details such as name, version, description, and then the custom version that you put. So for instance, under name, you could create a name for your project. There can't be any spaces. What is the version and the description? What is the main or starting path for the solution? Typically, that would be index.js, but it could be anything.js. But index.js is typical simply because index.html is the starting point for a typical web application. So how would you use a URL module in Node.js? So with a URL module, what it allows you to do is really two things. One is that it provides the resolution and parsing of a URL for utilities in your application. And then it allows you to extend your module with built-in solutions and split up the web address into a readable format. So in this example, we have the URL and the response it would give for that URL, which would then be a year and month, and it would be in a readable format. So it would read out as 2020 and then the month. So what is Express.js? And you've heard me mention this a couple of times in the video, and we actually have a separate video on Express.js. But Express.js is a web application framework that allows you to build out web solutions for both mobile and traditional desktop right inside of Node.js. So it's very easy to use. Being able to install Web.js is as simple as requiring Express to be installed. In the example that we have here on the screen, it's a full solution of showing how to actually build out a solution with Web.js. So in this example, you start off the first two lines, require Express to be installed, and the install comes from Node Package Manager. Then we have a simple application that will then send to the browser window a hello world message confirming that Express is up and running. And then the third block of content, starting with var server, actually will define the port where your application is going to run. So in this instance, the port is going to run on localhost, and the port will be port 8081. And so you can actually go to localhost 8081. And when you do that, that will trigger the application that will forward up the message, hello world, and it's all coming from Express.js. So what are streams in Node.js? So streams are objects that allow you to read and write data continuously back and forth within your application. And there's really four different types of streams. There's readable, writable, duplex, and transform. The readable one is streams for which data can be read. The writable is streams that you can actually write to. A duplex is a stream where it is both readable and writable. And transform are streams that can manipulate the data while it is being read or written. So how do you update and delete a dependency? So say, for instance, we want to install something like Express. So if you wanted to install Express, what you would do is you would just write inside of your project. You want to go to terminal window and write in the command npm install Express. If you want to update the dependencies within your Node Package Manager, to update all of them, all you have to do is write the command npm update all dependencies. And then if you want to explicitly uninstall a dependency such as Express.js, that's using the uninstall command. And so that would again be going to terminal window and you would type npm uninstall Express. And again, it's really easy to create a simple server in Node.js that will run a simple command. The HTTP service is actually built into Node.js. You don't need to use Express.js. I typically use Express.js when I want to do a web server, because typically what I find is that I will want to go and do something more complicated. But if you want to do something that illustrates just the core functionality within Node.js, you can actually just require the core HTTP service that actually comes as part of Node.js. And then you can actually then go ahead and tell it to create a service and then to write in plain text a command or a text string, such as this case, it'll be hello world, that would pop out. And then the final line is to then listen that if you go to a web browser that's on port 127.0.01 or localhost, and go to port 8080, once you actually go to that, that will trigger this application and you'll get the text hello world pop up on your screen. So explain synchronous and non-blocking APIs in Node.js. So all the APIs in Node.js are asynchronous, which means that they are non-blocking, which means you can run them continuously and scale around that, which is just fantastic. It's one of the reasons why Node.js can scale so fast. And the API means that the APIs can return data, send data after it's been called, and really increase the efficiency of events as they are triggered within Node.js. So how do you implement async in Node.js? And so the example that we have on the left-hand side allows us to trigger async, and it's using the async function. And as you can see in this example, it's actually something that can be done very quickly. In this example, we're actually making a command to localhost and an app that's running on port 3000. And then depending on what we get, if there's an error message, then we'll have error message go to the console log, which is the terminal window. And if we get a response to an application, then we'll actually get a positive response, which would be fetched response. So again, very quick and easy that you use the async function to be able to build out and to get your asynchronous code. So what is the purpose of module exports? So a module export is a way to encapsulate the entire code for a solution in a single package, in a single file. And then you can then share that with other developers, so you're all working from the same environment. So what is a callback function in Node.js? A callback function is essentially that once you run and you've triggered an event and the response has been given, you want to be able to then have a callback to validate that the task is complete. All right, let's move on to the final set of questions, which is advanced Node.js questions. So what is REPL in Node.js? So REPL stands for read, eval, print, and loop. And this is a reference to the Unix and Linux background that Node.js has. So REPL will perform the following tasks. The read will be actually parsing the JavaScript. You'll read that and store it in memory. Eval takes and evaluates the data structure. Print will then print the results, often on a console window or onto a web page. And then loop loops the above command until the user presses Control-C twice. What is the control flow function? So the control flow function is a piece of code that runs between several of the asynchronous functions. And that's it. It actually controls how those functions execute. So how control flow controls the function calls? And it does it through four ways. One is it controls the order of execution. It collects the data. It limits the concurrency. And then it also calls the next step in a program. Again, this is a management tool for how your functions are called within Node.js. So what is the difference between fork and spawn methods in Node.js? So the essential difference between the two of them is that if you use the fork method, it will actually trigger and create a new instance of the V8 engine, the engine running Node.js, and will then run the application in that new instance. With spawn, it's somewhat similar. It doesn't actually generate a new V8 instance. So it's actually creating a new process, but it's within the same V8 instance as the previous application that it was spawned from. Explain to me, what is the use of buffer class in Node.js? So with the buffer class, what you're looking at doing is you're actually controlling the raw data of a set of arrays and integers and the memory allocation outside of the V8 heap. Buffer class is used because pure JavaScript is not compatible with binary data. What is piping in Node.js? So piping is the ability to connect the output of one stream to another stream. That could be a data stream, it could be any stream that you're working with. But it does normally get used to pass data from one stream to another. So what are some of the flags used in the rewrite operation files? So R- is used for read, W is for opening a file for writing, A- is opening a file for appending. So the collection that you have here, you don't have to really memorize all of them, but to have a few of them in the back of your mind is always a good reference point. So how would you open a file using Node.js? So the syntax you would use would be the fs.open, and that would then open up a file. Explain to me what callback hell is. So callback hell, also known as the pyramid of doom, is when you have too many nested, unreadable, and unmanageable callbacks intensively cycle within each other. They're constantly reading to each other, and they're not able to resolve the solution. And this is it's a big problem, and this is why it's called callback hell, because you're not able to finalize the app you're working on. What is a reactor pattern in Node.js? And so a reactor pattern is a concept of non-blocking I/O operations. Can you explain to me the test pyramid for Node.js? So the test pyramid, and this is standard for testing for all DevOps, is really split into three key areas. You have unit tests, integration tests, and then end-to-end or E2E tests. The unit tests are tests that you actually do in your raw code that you're working on, and the goal there is to be able to validate that the code you're writing is consistently working. Integration allows you to have tests that integrate your raw code that you're working with in your application with other areas of an application. And then end-to-end is the whole system, the whole interface, as it were, for your solution. Describe the exit codes of Node.js. So an exit code is a specific code that identifies the end of a specific process. And examples of exit codes are unused, uncaught fatal exception, fatal error, internal JavaScript evaluation area. These are all good examples of exit codes. So what is middleware? Can you explain the concept of middleware in Node.js? So with middleware, it is the ability to be able to connect to a system and get data from it that's outside of Node.js. So this may be executing a type of code, or updating and modifying a request and response to a specific type of object, finishing the request response cycle. Can you explain to me what are the types of HTTP requests that you may use when working with Node.js? There are actually quite a lot, but 4 of them that you might use would be get, post, head, and delete. And these are, if you've done any web application before, particularly if you worked with forms inside of a web application, you're probably very familiar certainly with get and post. Get is the request to retrieve data. Post is generally used for changing state in the data. Head is similar to get, but also asks for a response if there's no body content. So if you're developing an API, this would be a good one to use. And delete is used to delete the predetermined source. So how would you connect to MongoDB database and with Node.js? And you'd use that using the Mongo client. And the example we have on the left-hand side illustrates that. What is the use of Node_env? And so the Node_env is an environment variable that stands for Node Environment in Express Server. So the example we have on the right-hand side allows you to illustrate how you would do that for, say, a production environment. So what are some of the various timing features in Node.js? So the timing functions that you could use here: set timeout and then clear timeout, and use to schedule code execution that you'd have inside of your application. You also have set interval and clear interval to execute a block of code at multiple times in your application. Set intermediate and clear intermediate to execute code that is at the end of your application.
And with that, we have come to an end of this video on Node.js full course. I hope it was informative and interesting. If you have any questions about the topics covered in this video, please ask anyway in the comment section below. Our team will help you solve your queries. Thanks for watching, stay safe and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.